tracks. I love this one. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to my channel. And welcome to the first proper, what used to be called Tarot Saturday, but we're now debuting it as Seer Saturday. Feels good to be here. I really need to take some time to rest, to breathe, and I feel a lot better now. So, just really happy to be here on camera in this very moment. Huge thank you for your understanding for my delay today, because, well, I got a really pleasant surprise, which the nature of, unfortunately, I can't disclose just yet, but you'll hear very soon. But yeah, had a little surprise meeting earlier, and it was just news I really needed to hear today. So I just feel really happy. But yeah, I really need to take my time and like adjust to that. There's that little bit of news there, so now that I know it, it's just like I'm just so happy. So anyway, yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what it is just yet. I can tell you off camera, but I can't reveal it on mine for a little while. But y'all eventually know. But anyway. Anyways, yeah, I've been missing being on here. I've been missing like doing that. I mean, not that I'm not missing being on here. I mean, I miss being on here pulling cards because it's been a little bit. But yeah, happy new moon. Well, technically tomorrow's a new moon, but we're kind of starting to feel the effects of it already today. And there's a lot of major astrological things going on at this moment as well. I know there was like a Venus in Aquarius, I believe. There's that going on. Let me see what else. Hold on. Mercury meeting up with Mars, Venus in Aquarius, Venus meeting up with Pluto, Venus sextiling Neptune, and Sun sextiling Saturn, and then of course new moon in Capricorn, and it's just before the moon and the sun enter Aquarius season. So a lot of huge stuff happening in the stars this month. It's just very exciting. So what I recommend, if you are new to astrology, do yourself a favor, make yourself a birth chart, and take a look at where these things affect you in your chart. So, to give an example, this moon in Capricorn is hitting my second house. And I have a lot of placements in my second house, actually. And second house usually covers... one second. Second house usually covers things about material resources and desires and values. And it also indicates what you personally value the most highly. And then, oh, it's your solar return. Happy solar return, hallucinating reality. Hey. Happy birthday. And it's another way of saying your birthday. And it's all good. I think it's only become like a recently like popular thing in like spiritual circles and stuff. So all good. And hallucinating reality, since you happen to be the first one queued, you are going to get a little special that I do for those who celebrate their birthdays on this channel, which is my Wheel of the Year spread. I did it for a different subscriber just last year, and you are going to be the first one of 2026 I'm pulling this for. So congratulations, hallucinating reality. You came on a perfect day today. So, to finish up the other major things I talked about here, Venus and Aquarius. Aquarius, in my case, hits my third house, and there's all these major things that are happening in my third house as well. Oh man. And the third house usually references thinking and communication, usually involves siblings, as well as writing and short journeys. And your early life is very affected by the third house. As well as your powers of analysis and discrimination, not discrimination in terms of the evil part of discrimination as in determining circumstances, and discernment. You do not have to have anything, basically, if you have an empty house, it just means you have a blank slate. It doesn't mean that nothing's gonna happen there. It just means you just have no influences. It basically is a blank slate. And until a planet in real time shows up there. So a little bit of a astrology 101 here. So your birth chart is basically your starter Pokemon when it comes to the planets and stuff. It's your starter Pokemon. And then as you go through life, as you go through your journeys, the planets are going to do what they're going to do. So when you look at astrology and stuff, you're typically supposed to reference especially your inner planets, because those are the most dynamic planets that will influence what's going on in your life. Wow, 5 planets in the 10th, man. Wow, that's pretty incredible. Because that means you have a lot of influences in terms of your career. Especially yeah, but yeah, the inners especially are more immediate. So when you're doing astrology readings, it's often good to look at the inners. So sun, moon, rising, and then Mercury, Venus, Mars. Those are the ones you would want to look at the most frequently. Occasionally Jupiter, but most of the time, just the more immediate inners. You're gonna have to look, it's good to look at those. Wowee! That's all the major stuff. That's wild. But yeah, so whenever you get some time, take a look at your chart, and I recommend taking some time for a ritual of some sort. It could be as elaborate as you want. I like using candles. It could be as simple as you want, brewing tea. This is a little bit of an old video that I did. But if you dig through my YouTube archives, I used to do ceremonies on YouTube actually, so I'm not that new when it comes to doing ceremonies online. So I would do rituals. I did a nice simple tea ritual about how to infuse your intentions into it, and then I did a card pull. So if you're curious about that, you can feel free to dig through that archive if you want to find out how that works. But yeah, this new moon especially is considered a very auspicious one, especially if you want to set the groundwork for the rest of the year. And I'm not talking about in terms of the classic January hype, new year, new me kind of stuff. It's more so because of all those astrological stuff that I mentioned, and also the fact that it's the first new moon of the year. And of course, if you don't get to it all or get to anything this new moon, there was still the Lunar New Year, the year of the fire horse, coming next month. So you got time. You got time to establish a base. So sometimes my grandmother was more that kind of woman, though I think I've definitely inherited some of that skill. Because, well, here's the funniest thing that happened yesterday. So right before my stream of Lady Sia, I decided I was going to cook up a bunch of pasta with a little bit of chicken. And I just went elaborate, balls to the wall, elaborate with this thing. And it came out so good. I still have some left over, by the way, which I might have some afterwards. Because I always eat after a stream. So, especially after a card pulling stream. But yeah, I made this super elaborate chicken pasta dish. Came out amazingly. And then, after my stream, when I was done, my best friend, who tunes in as the Runcible Spoonie, you saw her on camera a few weeks ago during our unboxing video. She was like, oh my god, you know, I was thinking of actually prepping pasta like this, like the very thing you just made. And then I was gonna pass it on to you after your stream ended, but you beat me to the punch. It's just little things like that. It's kind of incredible. And then again, I think it runs in my family too, because yeah, the Alfredo thing, yes. And then yeah, and then like again, my late grandma, God rest her soul, she would sense things before things happen, and then she would just call us. Like, she would always call us. I mean, she lived basically across the ocean. And for some reason, whenever she just felt stuff happening, and then she would call my mother, or call my dad, or call me, and just tell me. And she was often right. Like, if there was some advice that she had, she would just call us ASAP. I know Hyun calls it the puddle, because I mean, I know like in the UK they call it the pond. But yeah, excuse me. But isn't a puddle smaller than a pond? All right. Okay, I gotta pull one more deck here. Give me 1 second here. You're gonna see the whole stack, the whole shebang today. Yeah, bitch. For some reason, I felt like pulling out this one today. But yeah, I often, in terms of like more abstract stuff, like I would look back at like old writings or old readings that I pulled, and I've often sensed what was going on before it actually occurred. Like, on average, whenever I pull these readings, I mean, I hate putting timelines to these things, but oftentimes on average, if I do pull things, on average it takes about like maybe, the fastest I've had it happen was 2 weeks, and the latest I had it happen was maybe 2 to 4 months So when it comes to my calendar readings, for example, or like my Wheel of the Year reading, which we're going to do for Hallucinating Reality in a little bit, that one's the most spread out I've had, because it covers the whole year and it somehow gets the vibe exactly right. This is my policy when it comes to trying spreads and stuff. I don't pull this stuff unless I do, like, it's something that I would definitely do myself. And this Wheel of the Year that I do it twice a year, once on my own solar return, again, my birthday, and during the new year. And the combination of those two has never steered me wrong. Now, in the case of Hallucinating Reality, Hallucinating Reality is lucky because their birthday is basically on Yuletide, which will basically cover the entire year. So you're going to have basically the full vision versus, in my case, mine starts around Lughnasadh. So I get maybe up until midsummer, practically, or summer solstice. So it doesn't cover the whole year. And then, but at least the New Year stuff, it covers the whole thing. So Hallucinating Reality, you can check out the vibe that I got for 2020. Well, in my case, it was actually my personal vibe of 2026, not necessarily the actual 2026 itself. But you can check that out on, like, if you roll back a little bit, to some of my previous streams, and just see how that is. But one thing I can do is do a general vibe in terms of this new moon. What's the thing that you might want to keep in mind for this new moon in terms of focusing on what it is you can manifest? So looking at your astrology for one, and then taking notes from the spread which I'm about to pull here, which is a new moon spread. So typically this is a full moon. This is not a full moon. Typically this is a Twitch exclusive, but for full moons and new moons, like what today is, I will open it up to YouTube for y'all to see it. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. I don't need it for today, but if you're interested, feel free. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get the nice vibes going. So gonna light up a candle, light up some, I got some cedar here today. Get a little bit of a purification vibe. So go ahead and get things going. Okay. So gonna add a little bit of sound too. Just get things moving. It was still going. I just you wouldn't have been able to hear it because of the noise canceling. And then we will go ahead and get some cedar going here. Call in a little bit of wisdom. Right. So the cedar is going to open us up to some wisdom for today. I also thank all of the peoples who have contributed to bring these medicines to the world. I thank the plants that have offered us their medicine for healing, for connection, and for their service. And since today is Hallucinating Reality's birthday, I'm also going to light up some sweetgrass. This I got from a powwow a couple of years ago from a Cherokee vendor. And this will give some nice, positive, cheerful vibes. I think we all gonna need that today, especially with 2026. I noticed that there's been a lot of 2016 throwback posts on on YouTube and on Instagram and all these different places. And it's kind of complicated because on the one hand, there has been a lot of good stuff that happened during that time. I think that was when Black Panther came out, actually. We were just fresh off of Star Wars The Force Awakens. There was so much good media during that period. And I certainly had a lot of good moments during that year. I played D&D for the first time and have not been able to continue since then. Well, we did try during the lockdown, but then, well, there was a whole saga on TikTok, if anybody's curious, where the campaign basically died and then got deleted. And then, yeah, of course, it's November. We all know what happened in November that year. Also, Beyonce, Coldplay, and Bruno Mars in the Super Bowl that year. So, kind of a great day to be a Coldplay fan at that moment. And this is before the infamous meme, by the way. And then, yeah, I was actually still in college at that moment. I was in Japanese 102 because I was in the second half of my Genki 1 textbook. I actually got a photo of when I was doing chapter 10. I was really into studying back then. And I also was in the thick of my radio show. I was hosting a radio show back then. That's one thing I do miss from 2016 is my radio show, the exuberance, all the adventures that I did. I really started stepping my game up when it came to tarot, at least personally. Like I did a lot more of the traditional spreads, like the Celtic Cross or the 3-card. I sang a lot too. I did a lot of music gigs back then. I thought I was going to be a musician. Obviously my path went a very different line. But simultaneously, I feel like, I mean, I don't typically go this, I mean, I say that and the last few streams have been going this direction. But simultaneously, there has been a lot of loss. Like, we lost a lot of big celebrities that year in 2016. We lost David Bowie and Alan Rickman at the beginning of that year. And then it just kept basically every month, we were losing celebrities left and right. And I think millennials and Gen Z were left with like PTSD from that, between that and the Me Too movement. Because like, if a celebrity was trending, one of two things was occurring: either bad scandal or celeb death. And then if it trended out, neither one of those things occurred, it was like, sigh of relief. But I still kind of have that. Like 2009 and 2016 were the worst of those things. Lot of celeb death, and also a lot politically was going on then too. Oh. So to answer that question, I did play piano, but my main thing was my voice. I love singing. So I was a singer. I mean, I still am a singer. I just don't do that kind of stuff that much anymore. It's mainly been like more for like casual contexts, like karaoke or open mics. But yeah, back then I thought I was going to be really big in that because, well, I did a lot of gigs with my friends. I still have a lot of my old concert photos, and my dad was really taking off in the photography game back then. There's a lot of there's a lot of photos of me going to and from campus, going on these adventures in like car shows and airplane shows and demonstrations, all these different things. So I was very active, and I think this is when I started taking YouTube somewhat seriously. And then I think I had just barely been on Twitch at that point. I was there mainly as a viewer, but I wasn't really an official viewer until maybe 2 years later. But yeah, a lot of backing and forthing, a lot of travel, a lot of filming. Spiritually, especially, I was in a very different place as well. Just a lot has changed in 10 years. And there were some things I just never would have imagined doing back then that I do now. But yeah, long story short, the reason why I bring up all those posts is because, well, there are some parts of nostalgia that we can respect. Someday, we're going to do the same thing with 2026, with this kind of nostalgia. But I think simultaneously, if we're going to talk about the past, or especially going back to some aspects of the past, we have to think about what aspects we want to go to or try to replicate. And ideally, we should be trying to bring back the aspirations that we had during those moments. Not necessarily the more toxic or unhelpful values. Don't forget. Yeah, I am not forgetting, Momo. Thank you. Because of you, I think I always carry a water bottle or a water glass with me. And my doctors have been very happy. But yeah. So, as you look back upon past media and even past experiences, remember too the experiences you had up until that point, and recognize how far you've come, and I think more importantly, how far you can actually go. Because a lot can change in those 10 years. So, really made me think about that. But anyway, without further ado, let us jump into a little bit of New Moon stuff. And then, for Hallucinating Reality, we are doing your birthday spread. I'm super excited to see what I'm going to pull for that. But yeah, in the meantime, let's go ahead and pull some stuff for this new moon, which I've already been feeling. Clearly, there's been a lot of shifting going on. And I remember turning on the notifications for, when there's an ad for Twitch, but it hasn't been popping up lately. So if y'all can let me know when the ads pop up, that'll be great. And then I can pause so I can make sure they don't interrupt your reading. Because knowing me, I blab quite a bit. I can blab. I will make sure y'all don't miss anything. Alright. So, New Moon. This is advice for the collective. So there are 10 cards in this. Each dealing with different realms of life. From health to finances to relationships and your environment. Two. 3. Ah! I just realized I forgot to change the tarot on the Twitch setup. Thank you, Starry Momo. I am playing Lady Sia Layers tonight, by the way. So, but thank you. Thank you so much. I had a feeling I was forgetting something. Bless you, Starry Momo. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you, Starry Momo. You are an amazing subscriber. Yep, it is now a professional stream without at least one hiccup. In this case, it is my yeah, there's always gonna be at least one scuffle. In my case, it's I had a feeling I forgot one detail, and sure enough, it was just the correct stream info. Oh my god. Okay. Among these 4, which one is it? Way too many. Alright. 4. Go back. Yeah, I think with live streams is a little bit more forgiving in that front. And thankfully, thanks to y'all telling me about the frames and the bitrate, I have had way less outages for the previous years. So thank you. Also, the games run better too. 6. 7. No problem. Yeah, hallucinating reality. We haven't started your birthday reading just yet. This is just a general forecast for the new moon, and then your birthday reading's next. So you got time. Also, I've been getting a lot of new subs recently, and I really appreciate you all for jumping in this new adventure. This just makes me excited because it means like y'all resonate. Okay, anything else y'all want me to know? Okay, that one. Sometimes a little extra wants to come out and be like, hey, can you hear me real quick? Okay, so alright, so this was a little simple, so I'm gonna go like that for 60-10. So 1 through 5 is a little bit involved. Okay, that's 60-10. And then I'll put my jumper like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay. So, the spread I'm doing, it's going to be mirrored, unfortunately, is my new moon spread. So it's 10 cards, though there's a couple of doubles, so it's more like 12. 13 if you include the jumper. And this will be the entire thing you're going to think about during this new moon season. So that way you can get the most out of this season. So, without further ado, let us jump into this. So, the first 2 cards, or in this case the first 3, are going to pertain to health. First one's about emotional health. Second position is about physical health. Now, I'm going to put a little bit of disclaimer. I am not a diagnostician. I do work for a medical company, but I'm not a medical professional myself. So please take these pools not as a diagnosis, but as a reflection tool, and also legally, it's for entertainment purposes. So please take what I say with a grain of salt and with your discernment. Please trust your intuition. Now that out of the way, let's start. So first, we've got the Three of Pentacles for emotional health. So, for the Three of Pentacles, the thing you should think about in terms of your emotional health, is start getting in touch with your community. That's been a thing that's been popping up pretty frequently nowadays, is now that we're about 6 years out of having to lock ourselves down for our protection, now that we've been out in the world for a little bit, now is a good time to start letting yourself adjust to being part of a supportive community again. It can be online, it can be offline, it could be your next door neighbor, it could be your family, it could be your friends, or your chosen family. Just whoever you consider to be in your corner. This is a time to start reconnecting with those people and work together. And collaborate. And work towards something. Maybe take some of those goals that you find would be very difficult to achieve by yourself, and see if you can find a way to do it together with those loved ones. Because it'll take you very, 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 very far. Like, I've been through some meditation circles, for example. I was a little more esoteric here. I'm going to get a little woo-woo. And some of the stuff that has come into my life, it came so much easier when I had that container of people that were after that same sort of connection. And I've been to some pretty incredible places, let me tell you. I think because of that magic of that group, I think that's what made it easier for me to go for things like graduate school and going to concerts and even taking risks on things that I think in the past I would have just put it to some wild ambition or as airy-fairy. So find the right people makes a huge difference. So even going a little practical here, West Africans have this tradition called Jangi, where people would kind of do a monthly pool, a monthly money pool, where people just come together. Each month somebody in the group receives the pool, and that pool of money is usually put towards something of benefit to the receiver or of benefit to whatever the receiver is concerned about. Like, usually people tend to do those pools for paying off school fees or a bill or some massive expense that maybe singularly, you could do it, but it's a lot easier to do it with a group. And you're also able to give back to each other. So it's like a mutual giving circle. But yeah, some cultures have their equivalent of that. But yeah, getting more into the Three of Pentacles energy, maybe starting something like that could be beneficial to everyone. It doesn't have to be the format of what I just described, but it could be a good start. So that's what this made me think of. Anyway, second one is about physical health, and we got 2 cards for this as well. So let's see, here's physical health. What do you need to look at in terms of your new moon? So first off, we got the 2 of Cups. So physical and emotional health often go hand in hand. So one can trigger the other. Sometimes it can be a little difficult, but in this case, take some time to acknowledge what it is that's been emotionally entangling you. Acknowledge the frustration you've been going through, and then give yourself time to let go. Let go, let God, let go, let Goddess, let go, let the universe. And then it'll give you some space to put something new into your life. Sometimes it is the physical. Make sure your blood tests are up to date. Go for your annual checkups. It's a good time to do that, by the way. Walk outside. Lift some weights if it's too cold. Do a little dance. Yeah, I just thought of a disco song. Get down tonight. Anyway. Do all of the small things that make you feel good. Because small habits make big differences. And especially when you tap into your joy, when you tap into the connections you have, I feel like it's a part 2 of this card. When you tap into, when you tap into your beloved people, to your beloved connections, to your partnerships, to your bonds, that already improves your physical health. Basically, there's plenty of research that suggests that connection and relationships really do help with improving your lifespan and your health, because even those who enjoy solitude a lot, we need our people in order to make sure that solitude is enjoyable. So yeah, if there's somebody you've been wanting to see for a while, get back in touch with them. They're probably looking forward to hearing from you. And then the other thing for physical health is 9 of Wands. So I feel like this is a hint for me as well, because I've been on a fitness journey this year. Though I started it basically last December, so that way I took the pressure off of new year, have to be on this perfectly. Took that pressure off by starting in December. That's the big secret. Just don't follow the hype. Just focus on what you can do. And 9 of Wands, usually it's about the one last push towards victory, the one last battle. Or I guess to get a little bit less violent, it's that vigilance, to keep tabs on what it is that you want to do. And we are at that point in the year where motivation is going to start to fade. Will you let your new habit win out? And hopefully it's a yes. And this is a call for you to trust yourself to be able to maintain said habit, because the long-term benefits are going to be much greater if you stick through this. So this is an affirmation that if you've been making some big changes, regardless of if it's New Year's hype or not, this is a call for you to stick it through. 9 of Wands is about that one more push for it to stick. Outside of any challenge, outside of wavering motivation, outside of whatever people say, friends, family, even your doctor. Last one, please, listen to your doctor. But outside of practical advice, pay attention more to what it is that helps you keep going day to day. And like I mentioned yesterday, the one trick that I've been using is if my future self happened to come over and give me some advice about how they got to that point. They would tell me what habits did I actually stick to get to that point. And then I start trying to do them in my present. So for example, my future self, I imagine that person is more athletic. And they tell me, like, do more strength training, take your rest more seriously, eat enough protein and vitamin-rich foods. Okay, add in progress, thank you. I will use more on my phrases. So y'all stay tuned and enjoy some music. Oh, okay, thank you. That was a little could have used a few more seconds in advance, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll wait. It'll also give you a little more time to think about what to say. So stay tuned and please enjoy this playlist by Chill Hop. It's the Time Zones Japan playlist, which is, if you kind of caught it, it's heavily inspired by Nujabes, which is, he's considered the king of chill hop. Really good stuff. So, okay, no problem. I will wait. Because at least it'll help me think about how to articulate this point a little bit better. So, y'all let me know when you're done, and then we'll come back to it. Okay, you're back. Okay, it wasn't long. Thank you. Okay, we are back. Sorry for my YouTube peeps, but as of this year, I am an affiliate on Twitch, so now ads pop up, which I get paid, but it does kind of. Most of my subscribers are not Prime people, so I really have to think about that now. It's a little different. But it's still fun. So, to roll back to the Nine of Wands. So, like I was saying earlier, I imagine my future self to be a bit more athletic, a bit more active than I am right now. And so, a bit more fit. And so, I imagine my future self coming over and telling me, like, what habits I do in order to keep going, in order to get to that point. And they tell me, like, well, go for walks, lift some weights, eat more nutritionally rich food, take some deep breaths, etc. And obviously, I'm not going to be at the point that my future self is. Far from it. Like, it's going to take me some time to get there. But I can start the smallest thing that I can do to get closer to that person. It doesn't have to be the exact thing that I imagine per se, but at least things that make it easier for me to get to that point. So, like yesterday, I felt really weird that I didn't walk my full neighborhood. So, for the past couple days, I needed the rest though. So I did a little bit of like strength training. And yesterday I did strength training, I did Pilates, I walked around the block, and it was really cold, let me tell you. and then afterwards, used the massage gun, got some kinks out of my calves. Because my calves were on fire after all that. But it was worth it, because I feel pretty good today. But yeah. Remembering why you're doing all of this makes a huge difference, especially when you're struggling. Excuse me. So, for physical health, we are getting to that point where you start forgetting. You start forgetting why you're doing things in the first place. And so it's important to remember the bonds that you forge and the thing that you are looking out for by the end of this year or whatever timeline that you are doing. You focus. Also, hello everybody. Hello, Dory, whatever, and Joel. I saw your post on Discord. Thank you for sharing that. Anyway, we are doing a general forecast of the new moon that is tonight. So we're just going over some energies. We've gone through the first cards. And we're about to get to number 3, which is about family and friends. And this is our second set of 2 cards happening today. So we've got the Hierophant. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yes, I am doing readings for specific questions as well. So feel free to post them either in the chat or in my Discord server, which is linked down below, if you need to go a little more detail in the tarot Q's and Q's. You are welcome. All right, so we'll continue on with our family and friends. So first off, Hierophant. So the Hierophant, whenever I see this card in particular from this deck, which is the Shadowscapes Tarot by Stephanie Puy-Moon Law, I think of the Ents from Lord of the Rings. And the Ents are these ancient tree creatures that know about the history of Middle-earth. I mean, outside the Valar, of course, but like, they know the history of Middle-earth and how things used to be versus when Saruman and Sauron showed up. It was very different. And they are, and the Hierophant is very much about tradition and history and secrets throughout the ages, and as well as rituals and making deeper meaning, but often through a very traditional system, but also is a very proficient teacher of the mysteries. And if there are any like traditions you have among your family and your friends, this may be a good time to examine them more deeply. Some of them you might need to reignite. Other ones you might need to put to rest because it might not be what's needed at this point, or it might have been more harmful than helpful. So this new moon is a good time to revise what these traditions are and maybe bring them back. Like, we usually have at least one girls' night a month, for example. And I just planned one really just before the stream started. Because we have been overdue for one. We've been long overdue for one. And so that's a tradition I'm trying to reignite this year, as well as activities that I can do with my friends. Obviously, because we're in our 30s now, and some of us have like more involved careers. Some of us are married or engaged or in more active jobs than before. We have to modify some things. But for the most part, we could still come together like we have before, just in a different way. Gotta get more creative with it. But there are some things that are too important that we can't just leave. So, perfect. Good time to reevaluate your traditions. So the other part, in terms of family and friends, to keep in mind during the season, is the Five of Cups. So, Five of Cups. Five of Cups, whenever I see this, there's usually, it's very much this, it's kind of a mix of Narcissus, a little bit, if anybody remembers the story of Narcissus, but then also there's this sense of, there's this wistful sense of regret and loss. And I think family and friends, if you've lost somebody important between 2016 and now, or especially if you've lost somebody within the past year, somebody or something within the past year, or even the past 10 years. I don't know why I'm thinking I know why I'm thinking of the past 10 years, because I mean, in 10 years you've been through a lot. And that's just looking through historically. Take some time to reflect on that. Take some time to mourn that, because that is a gigantic loss. And also, it's a bit of a warning too, to make sure you don't get too sucked into what could have been and forgetting the what can be now. Relationships always evolve. Relationships always change. And so, with family and friends, there are some things that are going to remain constant. But also remember, there are some aspects of us that do evolve over time. So, allow yourself to feel the complications of what has changed, but simultaneously, give yourself the grace to embrace those changes, whatever they may be. Be it in dynamic or in emotional tone. So, card number 5 is about home and physical environment. That's not like it needs an improvement in here, but anyway. We got the Ace of Cups. So, this is an opportunity, this new moon, is an opportunity for you to change your environment into a space that feels more like an emotional home for you. And usually with aces, it's at the first sparks of love, first sparks of inspiration. It's a new beginning, and it's a promising new beginning at that. So if you wanted to refresh your space, if you want to refresh your space, make it more homey, make it all nice and beautiful, this is a time to do so. I have an extra card here. I don't know why. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, whoops! I skipped one. This is love and romance, actually. That's my bad. Wow. I've been so fatigued of love and readings, I just skipped the love and romance portion of the reading. Okay, so it's a little different here. Okay. This is number 4, and then this one's number 5. I made a huge mistake. Huge apologies. But still the same thing. Ace of Cups. This is a really good, especially if you know the Rider-Waite-Smith version of this card, it is like the perfect love card. So, if you've been wanting love, or looking for love, or you're feeling the first stirrings of love, embrace it during this season. This is a beautiful new start when it comes to romance. Okay, next out in 4 minutes. Thank you. Alright. I'm gonna see if I can do this in 3. Okay, 9:21. Okay. Thank you for that warning. Alright, so if you've been looking for love this season, this is a good time to reflect on what it is that you want. If you're in love, or you are going up relationships, affirm what it is you want to experience, because you will have it. Remember the stirrings in your heart, because this is an ideal time to explore that, which is perfect for before Valentine's Day too. Okay, so now we get to home and physical environment. Dude, so sorry. Got 5 of Pentacles. Okay. This feels like a warning to me for this one. Because 5 of Pentacles, I look at it as the Keeping Up with the Joneses card. And, on Instagram, on Pinterest, it's so easy to look at other people's spaces and a boat, and it feels like, why can't you have that? Why can't you have that comfort? And there's this hyper awareness that like what you're seeing and what you're experiencing are vastly different. And I feel like this is a reminder that you can have the stained glass up top of here. What you need to do, however, is stop comparing. And more importantly, don't neglect what it is that you truly need in this moment, which is patience and time. Yeah. Thanks, Yun. But yeah. Because especially when you see the figure where their pentacle was like very scratchy, and then this one's like a full stained glass window. And so I guess to extend a bit more metaphorically in terms of sense of home, is it can sometimes feel like you're so far away from where you want to go when you see everybody else thriving, and there's a sense of like, why am I not thriving the same way I should be thriving by now? The first thing you gotta do is remember that looks can be deceiving. You might be doing better than you think. But then most importantly, make sure that you're not isolating yourself so much. This is why I think there's an emphasis on community in the first few cards and linking up with people. And the poverty that you need to take care of, it's not just financial, it's also within your soul. So make sure you are spiritually nurturing yourself. So we got an ad coming up on the Twitch side, so we're going to take a little bit of a pause. Please enjoy the playlist. And we will come back with the next half of the reading, and then we will open it up to the community. So stay tuned, everybody. All right, 20 seconds. All right, so we're going to wait for the ad to finish up, and I will scan through these cards, and then we will start up with the community readings. Start with hallucinating reality. So stay tuned. Get the second half coming up. Let's give some time to hydrate. That's good. Thank you, YouTubers, for understanding. Okay. Sorry, Dory. But thank you so much for tuning in. Rest assured, I will pull for you. So you can come back tomorrow and watch like the video on demand. So I will pull for you. You were on the queue, so I will pull for you. If you posted the question, I can do that. And then you can just look at the video afterwards. So you are going to get a pull, regardless. So get some rest. I'll catch you next time. Thanks for jumping in. All right, perfect. Hey, Psychomantis. I forgot to ask Psychomantis, are you a fan of Metal Gear Solid? Hey. Nice. No problem. Okay, Dory. When I get to your section of the queue, I will read for that. Thank you. You have a good night, bud. Okay. Hey Hyun, has the ad ended yet? Because I have no idea. Good night. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So, continuing on with the second half of the new moon reading. So, the sixth one. Sixth one is about career, business, and professional development. So, this is what you need to keep in mind when it's all good. I couldn't tell because I'm using the Restream comments, not the Twitch ones. But anyway, career, business, and professional development. These are things you can keep in mind during this new moon season, which starts literally the next night, practically. I mean, you can feel it right now, even. It's really interesting. Anyway, ooh, this is a good one. This is a really good one. It's the Empress. I love this card in this deck, especially like the butterflies being given to the sun. Because I mean, I associate butterflies with spiritual connection, personally. But yeah, Empress. This is a really good time for career moves because this is when people are the most generous with their time, with their resources, with just helping you out in general. So what I recommend is embracing this new energy, embracing the opportunities that are in front of you, because this time it's going to be very, very fruitful and very, very supportive. It's also going to give you space to be creative and to be generous, and overall just being able to just do what you love. You don't have to pray to be lucky to do the things that you enjoy. I can say this from personal experience now. I'm so happy that I can say that. Because I know for some people it's hard won. It's very hard won. But yeah, the Empress is calling you to start embracing your passion, to start embracing the things that make you happy, to wake up in the morning and put that energy towards the things that will take you to the next level. In this case, it's hitting career, business, and professional development. So if there's some part that you've always wanted to express, this is a time for you to embrace it. Whether in a small way, like changing how you put on your outfit, to a big way, like announcing a new project. Allow yourself to do that. That's beautiful, actually. So, number 7, we got finances. So for that, we got the 8 of Wands. So we got more of this beautiful, windy, fiery energy. I mean, look at that. Like, it feels like they almost feel like sisters, the way these cards are, because all of these are just blowing towards a blessing of the future. It's this really nice current. So the Wands are for passion, and the 8 of Wands, that's about the journey towards success, or the journey towards a great undertaking. But something that has a lot of hope, a lot of momentum, and a lot of motivation riding behind it. And in terms of finances, once again, I'm feeling like there's a massive opportunity coming ahead of you that you need to start to embrace. And this is the time. I keep thinking, I mean, especially with what's on here, there's dandelion seeds. And dandelion seeds are a big symbol when it comes to wish fulfillment. If anybody remembers, like, picking up those dandelion seed pods and blowing to the wind while making wishes on those seeds. Some of them are going to sprout, other ones they're just going to blow what they want to blow. But there's this faith that whatever you are seeding is eventually going to flower. And so that is the faith that you need to put towards your monetary concerns. That the hard work or the devotion that you put now into your monetary concerns, I know the world is kind of in this chaos at this point, but the work that you put in now is going to pay off dividends later. So put in the studies, put in the work, put in the seeds now, and trust that the benefits will come at a good time. Will come later. So that's the message I'm getting with the Eight of Wands. So next we got fun, recreation, and hobbies, aka my third category. I mean, hello, this channel. Anyway, we got the High Priestess, which I consider her to be a bridge between worlds, a bridge between the sacred and the mundane. Remembering that even the sacred has a little bit of a sense of humor, if you know where to look. And also, I feel like within gathering of knowledge, there can be fun. And also, if you allow yourself to explore what is in between the professional and the casual, that's usually the interesting part. Like, I feel like I'm in a very, to go a little personal here, I feel like I'm in a very interesting position right now. Because I'm not at the point where I can live off of making videos just yet. But now that's actually a solid possibility. It's an interesting place to be in. Because on the one hand, I could make a living off of this. Then also it's a chance for me to explore, do I really want to? And if so, what attitude do I bring to the space because it is a livelihood? Probably doesn't give me a lot of food for thought. But yeah, that in-between space. It's a very interesting navigation as to how to have fun or how to have a recreation in a space that traditionally would be considered very serious. Something like school, for example. We get so focused on the grades part, we almost forget about like what knowledge we got to keep up here in order to keep it moving, so to speak. But yeah, other thing that I could think of in terms of this, in order to get a little less literal with this card, for fun, recreation, and hobbies, I feel like it's an initiation of learning how to loosen up and be able to see the cheerfulness and a little bit of a deceit in all things. And giving ourselves permission to laugh at the most absurd things and find the wisdom and learn the new things and mysteries beneath all of that. So that's what I'm feeling with the High Priestess. Now, got the last two here, and then we got a jumper, and then we will go straight to our community readings. So, 9, we got community. We're getting a lot of references to community here, which is interesting. And for community, we have the Magician. And the Magician in community, it's very much like your life is what you make of it. The Magician is a shapeshifter. creatrix, the person with the skillful means, with the willpower to make something from an idea into a reality. Believe it or not, there is somebody thirsting for what you want to deliver. Be it your creativity, be it an activity you've always wanted to try, be it just being in a place where somebody understands your woo, understands your intelligence, understands your knowledge, understands your concept of the world. There is somebody out there who is going to, like, somebody or something out there that will understand you. I mean, we have these rules of the internet all the time. It's like, if you think of it, chances are good somebody's either working on it or somebody's already built it. Like the rules of the internet. So apply that to your real life, because it can apply to real life as well. So because if you can imagine it, odds are good it can probably happen. So in terms of community, if there's something you've always wanted to have, allow yourself to want it. Then try to do it. Either search a place that has what you're looking for, or start where you are and make one of your own. And there are going to be people that believe in that vision. So give it a go. So finally, we got to spirituality. The spiritual energies that you should keep in mind during this new moon. We got the moon! At this Capricorn new moon, we got the moon. And I've been feeling this too. This has been really coming up over the past 48 hours. The moon, I feel like it's calling you to pay attention to what concerns have been coming up for you during this year. Be it fears, be it illusions, distortions, fantasies, dreams, visions of the future, basically the things beyond the consciously or logically known. If you've been feeling an urge for shadow work or some deep spiritual work, this is a time to dive in and dive deep. Because that depth, especially now in this new moon, is going to set you up for the rest of the year. And for spirituality, okay, and 2 minutes, thank you. For spirituality, I'm feeling that this is a call for you to allow yourself to dive into those things that maybe up until this point you might have been too afraid to face. And trust, especially, be it by your community, be it by the divine, or something else, you are going to be held in that container where you deal with those fears, anxieties, and the grief. And that container will help carry you to the other side, and you'll come out better for it. So that's what I see with the moon. And finally, we got a jumper here, which will give you some extra information. I'll try to make it quick. We got the Page of Swords. So the swords, about cutting away the BS. And with swords especially, it's a question of victory at what cost. Because you got to be skillful in order to have a sword. Because using it willy-nilly can hurt yourself as well as the other person. And in this case, your biggest weapon, especially in this new moon season, is honesty. Because honesty is the best policy. You're going to be able to make the changes and the things that you want during this year. So do not be afraid to re-examine your relationships, your beliefs, your behaviors, even your sense of logic. Don't be afraid to revise those things in your life, because that revision is really going to set the tone to how you're going to go through the rest of your year. That's what I got for you for this Capricorn new moon of wisdom to keep in mind in various areas during Capricorn season. Hope that is helpful to you. So, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and take the time during this ad break to take the picture of the cards, see the pictures of the cards here, and when we come back, we will do Hallucinating Realities birthday spread. So stay tuned, everybody. And yeah, let me know when the ad's over, by the way. My display is not on, so I won't be able to actually see what that is until it's... That was impactful, I gotta say. Yeah, I like the filth. Thank you. I'll change the playlist. That's weird. All of a sudden, it's only streaming in my. Hey Hyun, am I still online on my Twitch? Because all of a sudden, I'm only getting YouTube. Okay, that was weird. Okay, great. That was weird because like my restream all of a sudden just couldn't get the Twitch signal. Okay, so Hallucinating Reality is first. I don't know why your queue was not on here all of a sudden, but it's all good. I remembered. So, it is Hallucinating Reality's birthday today. Happy birthday, Hallucinating Reality. Thank you so much for being such a regular on the channel. And for you, we are going to do a thing that I do for birthdays, which is pulling your birthday reading. Possibly, it kind of depends on what timing you happen to jump on, because I mean, I know that there's been a few quite a number of birthdays on my channel this year. Not this year, but like quite a number of birthdays have popped up on my streams, and some of them did not really hit on the Seer Saturdays. So hello, late. Welcome. Okay. But yeah, I think you're the second birthday reading. Like, I mean, well, besides Hyun, I think you're the second birthday reading I've done on my channel itself. But yeah, there's been quite a number of birthdays that jumped on the channel. It's just been a lot of time it hasn't really jumped on in terms of like card reading stuff. So yeah, it's a beautiful coincidence, honestly. So what I'm using today is the Sakura cards from Card Captor Sakura. I also use the Clow sometimes because like because these also have like additional cards that I like from the show and the manga. I should use the Sakura cards just a bit more. But eventually, when all the clear cards get revealed, I'm gonna get a clear card deck as well. But yeah, typically when I do this spread, I do something called the Wheel of the Year spread. So it's based on the Celtic Wheel of the Year, and it starts from the holiday that your birthday falls under, and then goes until the last holiday of the year. So since we're still in Yuletide season, technically, we're starting with Yule and ending with Samhain, which is around Halloween. So you are lucky in the fact that like your spread basically covers the whole year. So if I did a New Year's spread in addition to this one, you'll basically have the whole year covered, both in terms of the vibe or the energy of the year, as well as your personal vibe. I'm lucky meanwhile, I'm lucky that I probably get maybe like the first half confirmed. The second half I won't get until literally after my birthday, which hits around Llama's Tide, aka Lunasa. So, it's a struggle out here. But it'll be okay. At least I have to, like, there's a reason why I do this twice a year. Because you get the vibe. So, in your case, I start with Yule, I end with Samhain, and in the middle is a significator card. Basically, the overarching theme of the year. Okay, so, Yule. Kind of runs like the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. So if not opposite, but like it's a different season in the southern hemisphere. So our Yule is their Letha. So next part they'll be in Lammas, and we will be in Malek from February. Okay, so Yule, Malek, Astara. Yeah, it was a nice day. This is a nice day for readings today. I'm feeling pretty good. Beltana. Letha. Llama's Tide, Lunasa. 6. 2 more holidays here. Maybach. Mabon, I think. And then a Celtic pronunciation. I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Samhain, or as Sam Winchester, or as Gene Winchester tries to pronounce it, like Samhain. Yes, I used to watch it. And the significator of this whole thing. Nothing else you want to know? No? You? Got a lot of information. Okay. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where do we appreciate hallucinating reality? Okay, let's do this. So, the awesome thing is I have a master doc, as well as a little bit of a YouTube source that I use sometimes, and Tumblr. So the Tumblr surprisingly hits a lot of the meanings that I use in yeah, surprisingly the Tumblr actually hits a lot of the official meanings from Clamp. So I actually don't have to open the Tumblr page because I used to, thankfully. So I could just focus more on just looking at the document. Let me just pull up the master doc. I still need to finish editing, by the way. There's some kanji I need to put in. I originally drafted it for if and when when I did readings in Middlebury back when I was doing the program, and it was especially like if I was doing readings in Japanese and I just couldn't speak the words properly of what each card meant. Long story short, I didn't finish. I think I got to like the nothing, and then I just ran out of time. But in terms of the Clamp official meanings, I got that all in spades, so it's all good. But anyway, I'm gonna pull up the YouTube real quick, so that way I can capture the audio of Mysterious Leroy's interpretations, and then I will read the official Clamp meaning of the card, and then we will get a nice overarching summary. For my magical people out here, these cards are also pretty good in spiritual work, and well, I mean, even officially in the Clamp, in the Clamp book, where like all the meanings are in it, you can actually see how you can use them in like spiritual work. It's pretty incredible. Okay, I'm gonna open up this page here. Let me pause it, so that way you don't get that interfering with the stuff here. Okay, so I'm going to pause the music real quick. All right, so I'm pausing the music real quick, so don't worry about that, because we need to get the descriptions anyway for your cards. So, without further ado, this is Hallucinating Realities Wheel of the Year reading. So, first card is covering Yuletide. Now, Yuletide started around December 20th, 21st of last year. And, I mean, that's why Christmas is also called Yuletide. And Excuse me. Let me get my voice going real quick. There we go. So, Yuletide usually is, well, the period where sun's sleeping. S-U-N. The sun is birthed. And from winter solstice onward, the sun is getting more airtime in the sky. But from but up until the winter solstice, it's pretty dark. So for Yule, what's happened this season? For the first card of Yuletide, we got the sword. And it's very similar to the swords in tarot, where it is very much about discernment. In terms of the clamp meaning of the card, it can mean the quest for truth, compensation, sometimes a destructive power. Here's a message. Symbol of truth and power. When you can make progress with something just as desired, if what you say is true, the highest reward will be obtained. If what you have sown is truth, the highest harvest will be obtained. Here's a warning. However, hurting someone and every other wicked scheme can never utilize power. And here we'll get Mysterious Leroy's meaning of it. Because there's slight differences between Clamp's official meaning and what Leroy managed to interpret from these. So let me know if it's not loud enough.
The sword. Being blunt and brutally honest. Cutting through the nonsense. Going straight to the heart of the matter. Using words to hurt others. Using words to pierce the heart, healing others. The power of words is a double-edged sword, being straight to the point. Slicing through friends and foes alike due to a sharp focus. Will you use your power of your words to injure others or to protect them?
Okay. So I'm feeling like for the remainder of Yuletide, there's a big call for you. There's a big call for you during during the remainder of the season to use your skills and your intuition to ensure that you are using your skills for benefit, for protection, rather than harmful means. Likewise, it could also be situations that may call for you to be protective. And so, oh, ad. Okay. I can wait. No problem. Because it'll give me some time to think about this one too. And in the meantime, I could turn over the next card here to just prepare for the next part. Be a little more to expedite a little bit. Oh, you're not getting an ad. That's interesting. Hyun, how many minutes until the ad happens? Or is it happening for you right now? Okay, okay, got it. All right, I can wait. Sorry for my YouTube peeps. Unfortunately, with me simulcasting. Okay, thank you very much. So, sorry for the YouTube peeps. With me simulcasting on Twitch, it means I actually have to think about ads a lot more now. Um, and well, you might experience, if I do tarot streams in the future, this is typically a okay, okay, got it. Also, hi Evelyn. But yeah, for my YouTube peeps, if I happen to do if I happen to do simulcasts, you're gonna have to expect some pauses in between because I want to make sure everybody hears the message. So you might see my streams go slightly a little longer than usual because I want to make sure everybody hears me. Although, if I'm doing gaming content, there's not really much that I can really do on that front because, well, I'm in the flow at that point. So you're just gonna have to watch it for what it is. Okay, so you're back. All right. Also, you basically taught me a new word today. Thank you. For logocentrism. So, dictionary, logocentric. Regarding words and language as a fundamental expression of an external reality, especially applied as a negative term to traditional Western thought by postmodernist critics. From Greek logos, word or reason, plus centric. But yeah, Evelyn and I were friends in real life as well. So, and she is also a pretty awesome tarot reader. Um, I just realized I forgot to add the partner link. I'm so sorry. But I will make sure to add the next one. Oh, thank you. If you think Descartes. Okay, thank you. I did take a philosophy course back in college, but that was focused on South Park. um, but yeah. Um, so getting back to the sword card here, for Clow. Especially you bring up logocentrism. I think that's a similar thing. In this case, however, I think it's focusing on what would be what would be the things that like action would solve more, and what would be the things that more deliberate speech or thought would work more. It's a pretty fun one. It was a really fun one. Shout out to the University of Delaware. They did like a South Park course over the summer, philosophy in South Park. It was so interesting. My professor actually wrote this book um about philosophy in South Park that is really entertaining. I think it's since actually switched to philosophy in Star Trek now, which I wish that was around when I actually was a student, but hey, there's always continuing ed. So not the end of the world here. But yeah, if you ever get a chance to try out that course, highly recommend it. Anyway, the next card is covering Imlek or Imulk, aka Candlemas. It is one of the two significant festivals pertaining to the goddess Brigid, Irish goddess. Some places revere her as a saint. And for this one, we got the little. Okay. So the clamp meaning, the official meaning, the little, um, means a small but meaningful transformation period. Message. For every obstacle that makes you anxious and uneasy, you will eventually find a way to calm yourself down and overcome it. You will be successful for a long time if you do your work little by little and keep that pace up. Accumulation is important. Warning. If you doubt your own feelings or the feelings of the other party, it will weaken your own energy and cause you to lose something important. And thankfully, I did write down the Mysterious Leroy meaning here, so I can read it out for you. So Mysterious Leroy interprets the card as thus. Sometimes small changes have big rewards. Small decisions can win battles. Working in smart ways opposed to big ways. The details matter. Quality over quantity. Little steps still lead you to the finish line. Don't rush. Pace yourself. So, around Imok or Imelec, this is a good time for you to start considering your next moves. And I said as much earlier in the stream, taking the small moves that make it easier to get to that place that you've seen yourself to be will make a huge difference. And I usually don't like timelines, but like it looks like around Imelec, February 1st, basically within the next month, it's a good time to really consider that. And especially considering that the Lunar New Year is also coming up, Year of the Fire Horse, around that period as well. That's a time to like start reigniting some passions. Now that the pressure of the Gregorian calendar New Year is basically off your shoulders, now it's a time, like that's a good time to really set some habits off. Set some habits up. That's what I got. It is 10 p.m. Anyway, so this Yuletide, this period at this moment, this is a good time to start doing some discernment. We also saw as much with the new moon spread that I did earlier in the stream, where there's that one last push of maybe the habits you've already developed and discerning what traditions are beneficial versus ones you can put to rest. Focus is a continuation of that pull. And then this is where you put those newfound insights into action. So, next we got Ostara, aka Yostre, Easter. Also, spring equinox. Got some new stuff coming up. Thanks to spring. It's one of the two times of the year where the veil between this world and the spirit world is at its thinnest. In this case, it's focusing on possibilities of what's to come, fertile stuff. And this time of year, where like people's lives dramatically change. My life dramatically changed at Beltana. That's how I first learned about my faith community, actually. And it's funny because I think I drew this as well during this time of year, during this period. I have to look at my notebook. But first card, I got two cards in this position. First, we got the shield. I pulled this quite a lot with my friends so far. It's interesting. So the shield. Clamp's official meaning, protection. A defensive measure to maintain harmony. Message. Even if a crisis is approaching, you have many people firmly defending you. You can obtain greater power in exchange for love and harmony in particular. Warning. Don't forget the feeling of gratitude. When friends are in trouble, do not hesitate to reach out to them. And now we got Mysterious Leroy's meaning. The shield. There we go.
The shield. Putting walls up. Keeping everyone on the outside. Defense mechanisms. Keeping people at an arm's length. Being too guarded. Having trust issues. Trouble letting people in. Having to be tough because it's a tough world.
Okay. So, I feel like with both of these, it's kind of a double-edged sword, really, or Seven of Wands. Yeah, practically. So, yeah, it's basically the Seven of Wands, Plow / Sakura card edition. So this defense, I've had to pull this one a lot with friends. So defense, it's double-ended. Sword and the shield, they are two different modes of skillful means, and both of them can be just as damaging if used incorrectly. Sword, it's more obvious. It's like sharp blade. Ow. But shield, it's a different kind of damage. I mean, I know, granted, this came late. The visuals came much later. I mean, unless you're talking about the comics, like it's been around for a while. But in terms of seeing the action in real time, I think of the MCU with Captain America, because his weapon's a shield, and the MCU especially demonstrates when that shield is used correctly versus incorrectly. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, you get an example of how that shield's used incorrectly in several ways. And through the MCU, especially with Captain America Civil War, you see where it could be used rightly, but also where it can go wrong. The shield, like the description said, it's a protective mechanism. It can protect yourself and others. However, it can be used just as unskillfully if you're not careful. You could block away things that you don't need to block away. And you can especially block away your sight to be able to see what's in front of you. And as a result, you're just wailing, and once again, it's basically risk of hurting in a different sense if you do have a sword. And even if you don't have a sword, again, you can't see what's in front of you if that shield is super large, like a Captain America shield. And again, it can be used as a blunt force weapon, which is pretty good if you're getting out of a jam, but not so much if you're trying to, let's say, just merely subdue. So, where am I going with this? It's just one part of. This is just one part of Ostara. During that season, or Weapons of Shield, very interesting resonates. Oh yeah, I watch a lot of comic media, so don't be surprised, and media stuff. So don't be surprised if I reference a lot of media in my readings. But yeah, for Ostara, where it comes up here, there are going to be some ideas, and maybe even some people that you're going to need to protect. So don't be afraid to protect it. But also remember, kind of similarly to when you need to put the sword down, there might be some times you may need to put the shield down in order to let someone in, or just to give your arm a rest, because the shield could be just as exhausting to hold up as the sword, if not more so, because it's more metal, after all. Ugh. I mean, just talking about that is exhausting. Also, I did not notice this until now. Both the sword and the shield are the only ones in the Cloud deck that have chains on them. There's sets of restraints that you have to have with these tools. So even if it's not an instrument. Oh, thank you, Lilate. If you have a question, I can pull for you and you can watch the on-demand video. But thanks for tuning in. I hope you get some nice sleep. Have a good night. Yeah, I totally understand that. I've had a lot of moments like that when I was younger too. 'Cause with power comes great responsibility. It can be scary. Hello, Bunsfish. Basically. But yeah, Lilate, don't worry about it. Feel free to add your question to my Discord or in the chat, and then I can pull for you. Like, I am willing to answer your question tonight. That's one way of looking at it. I also think about it since the sword and the shield are pretty they're pretty skill based tools. I think it's just a calling for you to like use them with great delicacy. That's what it feels like to me. So the other card that I got for you in terms of Ostara, thank you. Okay, you have a good night. Get some sleep, all right? Thank you for tuning in. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm getting with those ones. But oh wow, you're from Spain? Wow, that's cool. Yeah, my cousin just came back from Spain actually. So in terms of the other card to think about in terms of Ostara, no way. That's awesome. Hallucinating reality. So the other card that I got for you for Ostara, for things to think about during that period, we got the wave. Making some waves. And the wave, the official meaning from Clamp, a flexible attitude will bring good fortune. Message. You have your ups and downs, but ultimately you'll be able to step forward. If you're looking for an advisor to help fix a soured interpersonal relationship, turn to the magnanimous ocean. Warning. Someone may make an unexpected love confession. If you in the situation, if you don't like this person, don't reject him or her. I don't really like the last portion of the advice, but of the warning, not really a fan of that. But the message, especially, you have your ups and downs, but ultimately you'll be able to step forward. I'm feeling like Ostara during that period, and funnily enough, you said that's another imagery you have been seeing. So with these two combined, you're gonna have to defend something very important. And I feel like the wave as well. The wave is often also a symbol of like great positive changes, and to ride the wave, well, literally or metaphorically in this case, ride the wave of those challenges because you will see them to the other side. And I think it's like you'll eventually figure out what your style of beneficial defense will be. Like you'll find your wave.
The wave, a powerful force of movement, old ways being washed away entirely, big and abrupt changes, a time for detox, cutting off people and stopping old ways, a time for cleansing negative energies, spring cleaning, starting anew, all the old being washed away to reveal a clean slate, new chances, new opportunities, and a new time to begin.
Okay. That's nice. But yeah. But yeah, I think like with the time that you'll put in, I think this like between now and um between now and Be- between now and Ostara will be a good chance for you to get a new start and finally discern what will work for you. Oh wow. Hmm. And you know what? Just something a little bit different um from the official meaning in terms of the warning. Initially, I wasn't a fan of like the in this situation. If you don't like this person, don't reject him or her or them. Um, Initially, I was kind of like, ugh, not a fan of that message. And then looking at it again, I got the secondary message of like, don't presume it's the same dynamic. That's what I got with that. But simultaneously, use your discernment with that message. But overall, I'm feeling with the shield and the wave coming up in Ostara. No, wait. Right, Beltana. With this coming up in Beltana, I'm feeling like there's a new there's an opportunity coming for you once you know what it is that you are protecting. And these first two seasons, Yule and Imalek, are the times for you to develop those defense skills. So by the time you get to this point, you're basically ready to handle it. So, Yule, Imalek, Ostara, Beltana. So, next part is Beltana, aka May Day, because it happens on May 1st. It is a spring festival. And if anybody knows the maypole, this is where the party happens. And, ooh, it's one of my favorite cards in the deck. We got the Create. So, if anybody's watched the show, you probably remember what the Create is. But if you haven't watched the show, this is a really fun one. So, the capturing of the Create is a pretty fun episode. So, with this one, one of Sakura's classmates comes across a notebook that looks like this. And funnily enough, my spread book, shout out to Hyun for making this, is actually inspired by this book. Oh, okay. Thank you. I will wait. Sorry, Prime peeps and YouTube people. We gotta get through the ads. I am so sorry. No ad for you right now. Okay. You might be getting it. You might be getting it in the next few seconds, I think. I'm gonna try my best. I need to find some way to reduce the frequency because it is killing my flow so badly. And this is why I'm gonna work my butt off to get affiliate. So that way I can at least control how many ads are coming on. Hello. Sorry, partner. Oh my god, I'm affiliate right now. Oh god. La 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 la. Ho, 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 ho. Oh god, now I'm Wait, yeah. I wish I could remove Do you do fika? Is that like a divination style? Because I have no idea. Okay, I think I'm gonna take this off display. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I've never actually tried that. Okay, ads over. Okay, now let's get to the create. So, I recommend watching this episode if you've not seen this one because it's pretty funny. So, one of Sakura's classmates comes across a notebook with literally like this, like literally almost like this. Shout out to Hyun for making this for me, actually. But anyway, comes across a notebook like this, and then starts writing her fantasy novel out of this notebook. And whatever she wrote in here literally comes to life in the arena, like in the city. Because like, it just literally comes to life. It's hilarious. Because of the power of the Notebook. Thankfully, I did write this meeting. Yep, Cardcaptor Sakura. Yep, the very one. Love that show. But anyway, for Yul, Malek, Stara, Beltana. Sorry, I mixed up with I mixed up Beltana and Ostara quite often. So like once I get past that, it's pretty easy for me. So apologies if I have to like count the holidays. But anyway, the create. Thankfully, I wrote down the meaning for this one too. So the clamp official meaning. Here's what it says. The decision decides the outcome. Choose your decisions carefully. Message. Your ability to make decisions wisely is questioned. Relax and open your heart before judging the situation. If you make the best decision, your heart will be at ease. Warning. Your heart determines whether your luck will rise or fall. Happy, optimistic people attract other people, and good luck is sure to follow. In terms of Mysterious Leroy, the YouTuber that we've been playing a little bit earlier, thankfully I did write down this one. Meaning is, you are the creator of your reality. Powers to manifest are increasing. A good time for starting new ventures. You can create your own opportunities. Increase creativity and inspiration. Taking initiative as the architect of your own life. Taking responsibility for any bad circumstances you've created. Taking time to plan out goals. Figuring out things you want to work towards. Oh, wow. Okay. That's incredible. And I too have heard I've like heard star energy. Like I've been told I have star energy. And my birth name actually means in some African countries, I think the lady that told me was from Zimbabwe, that my name roughly translates to the one who makes the stars shine. That's why I use the name Wind Starshiner for my tarot business. But yeah, anyway, for the create, hitting around Beltana. This is what often happens with the spread, by the way. Thank you. This is what happens with the spread, by the way. It feels like there's like a training arc, like an anime training arc, and this is not a coincidence. It's kind of a coincidence considering I'm using anime based spiritual cards. But anyway, um, I think there's an arc of like the first half of the year is you building up the skills to start being able to defend what it is that you want in your life. And then basically by around April, May, you'll get not only the skills, but also the confidence to be able to manifest what it is that you want. Possibly sooner. I've had that happen as well. So, first half of the year, you're going to start being discerning of what it is that is in your life at this moment. You'll make the small changes to establish the things that you want. Defend said changes. Ride the wave of those changes. And then eventually, that'll turn into creative power. That's the first half of the year that I'm seeing here. Now here's the second half. Starting with Letha, which is the summer solstice, aka midsummer. I got two cards for this one, so let's go ahead and take a look at these. First, we got the move. Because some things we got to keep it moving. So, the move. That's all about moving away from the bad vibes. There's this protection chant from this rapper called Peachka. Really good song, by the way. I'll post the name of the artist in here. Anyway, really good rap. You feel like rapping along with her too. She's that good. Song. There we go. That was what I always think of that song whenever I look at that one. Um, So I'm gonna start with the mysterious Leroy meaning of this one first, because that's what I associate with it more, and then I'll read the plant version. So mysterious Leroy puts the move as this: moving around bad vibes, dodging negativity, holding on to high vibrations, overcoming things that emotionally slow you down. Things won't hold you down. Resilience in daily low vibe happenings, moving along to your own terms, keeping away from negative people, not letting what negative people say affect how you go about your life. And now I'm thinking about the song Move Along by All American Rejects. You know, the one that goes like, move along like I know you do. And even when your hope is gone, move along just to make it through. I listened to it a lot in middle school, but like, oh my gosh, I just thought of that song. But yeah, that's the vibe that I got from this. There might be some old stuff that comes up, and you gotta remember that you have moved through a lot of this, and you just need to just keep going, because eventually you do get through it. And then, yeah, I don't know why I'm feeling more selective when it comes to the plant meaning. Oh, you do? Oh, sweet. Yeah, I love music as well. Um, yeah, the move, I'm for the official clamp meaning, I'm like leaning more towards the warning part of it, which says, keep your promises, communicate to the best of your ability. It's easy to become influenced by feelings, so think before you speak. So I think this is like the second part of the year um is when you put these skills to the test. Is when you actually it's when you actually use them to your fullest ability. Everything you've learned up until this point, you put it to your full usage here. And hello, Misakazugo. Good day, wherever you're coming in from. Glad to see you. So we are currently doing Hallucinating Reality's birthday spread. um, so the other card that I have for Letha, this parody song called "Every Time I Speak, I Regret It Immensely," and that's me. And that's funny you mentioned that, because the clamp meaning also starts off with "Be careful about fidgety actions and remarks." So it's very much about being careful about how you speak. So that's one part. I think it's like a call for you to like pay attention to what you're using. Um, Pay attention to like what skills you're using at that moment. And also dodging all the bad vibes. Okay, so the other card that I got for you for Letha, we got. I've been pulling this one out a lot. The song. I love this card. So the song, like you can probably tell from the way she is, it's about self-expression. You using your voice, your creativity, and being unashamed of your self-expression. So, clamp meaning. Joy, harmony, the energy of healing. Message. Excuse me. It becomes possible to express what you want to convey freely when you learn to respect the opinion of the other party. Plan something new with your friend. It'll be good for you to go on a trip. Warning. If you tend to find happiness on your own, it will not be easy. Everyone should share their happiness with each other. 100% agree. I think the happiness is way more fun when it's shared, in my opinion. So let's hear what Leroy has to say. The power is yours.
The song, self expression in a positive way, channeling your personality into all that you do, living your truth. The way you live is the ultimate form of self expression, putting your heart into your hobbies, harmony in the way you live your life, your personal spin on things in all you do, not letting things stifle your self expression, embracing your individuality.
Oh, That last one kind of unlocked something there. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think I get what it is, what's saying here. So, for Letha, you are, for the second half of the year, you are learning your mode of self expression. And through that, you are going to learn how to give more of a damn about yourself and less about what other people say about you. I mean, outside of reasonable criticism, you do not give a damn what other people say about you, especially if it gets to the negative part. With your self-expression, you know how to disregard and dodge the bad vibes. And that's pretty much what your North Node stands for. So embrace your North Node during Letha season, which happens starts around June 19th, between June 19th and June 23rd. That's when it tends to be celebrated, summer solstice. You let your freak flag fly, and you do not give a damn what anybody else says about it. You are going to stand in your authenticity and your confidence. Of course, you do not have to limit it to that time of year. You can do that year round. It's just going to be a bigger influence during that time, from what I can see. So everything you learned from between now and Beltana, you're going to be putting it to good use during Letha. It's all going to come to a head here, from what I can tell anyway. So, next one is Llama's Tide, aka Lunasa, aka my time of year. It is the first the first major harvest season. Other ones being Mabon and Samhain, which I just got. Oh, okay, that's a jumper. Okay. Others being Mabon and Samhain. So, there's still some seeds being put into this time period, but then simultaneously, there are some things that have sprouted since the spring, and you're starting to get those now. The major ones are in Mabon and Samhain. So, get to those in a moment. I do not remember if these were a double or single. I just forgot that. I messed up the cards. No. Okay, I'm just probably gonna do like a weird series thing for this one. Hopefully I'll figure it out. But anyway, next one, we got The Fly. And this was the very first card that Sakura captured in the original series, which is pretty cool. CMYD, how are you? I'm pretty good. Yes, add yourself to the queue. Add yourself to the queue. We will get to you. It's and hey, sugar plums. All right. So The Fly. You start with Mysterious Leroy's meaning again, because I wrote it all down here. So we got living life from a higher perspective, steady positivity, staying in a place of positiveness. No one can bring you down but yourself. Sticking to goals of self-improvement, living your life at a higher vibration, soaring high on powerful wings. And the clamp meaning, a challenge to leap, a chance. Message, development of human relations. Your fortune will be strengthened as well, and all progresses smoothly. Taking a challenge of qualification examinations for auditions is recommended too. Keep a carefree action in mind, brightly, without withering. Warning, confidence and economic fortune can be remarkably fostered by accomplishing work and favors when a friend asks for them. So The Fly, I'm feeling like now that you have established a good base between now and Beltana, the song, the song and the move have basically been everything you've basically done have led up to this moment. And then the fly during Lammas Tide is the time for you to really enjoy the fruits of your labor. And you can finally see yourself differently and see yourself from a new and very different perspective. And maybe it also could be a chance to it's also a great chance to maybe see how you relate to people a little bit differently now that you're in a new space of confidence. That's what I'm seeing with that position there. And I think I remember now. I think this was the Maybon card. I remember now. It was this too. It's probably not. Probably not. I think the game's going to be a tomorrow thing at the rate this is going. But it's all good. I missed pulling cards. So it's all good. All right. So Maybon, it's another one of the major harvest festivals. It is also the autumnal equinox, which happens between September 21st and September 24th. And we got two cards for this one. First off, we got the Jump. It's a very cute card, I have to say. It reminds me of a bunny, a winged bunny. And I wrote this one. I think this is I feel like this is a symbol of the boon of power that you'll have. Because here's the message from Clamp. Original power can be demonstrated to your heart's content. Human charm is like a power-up. You will become busy both officially and privately, but will still be able to make enough time for adequate sleep. Warning. Tasks at work may be demanded that are above your current ability, leading to confusion, but you can write it out using wisdom and experience. And then Mysterious Leroy. Writers are artist block, stuck in a rut, not having inspiration, uninspired, jumping onto something new, trying new activities or hobbies, delving deeper into things that already interest you, spending time around new people or places. So I feel like it's continuing the fruits of your labor, and I think it's kind of a warning and then simultaneously a reminder. Because with all these new abilities you're going to gain during the second half of the year, there may be a tendency to maybe somewhat have burnout or overextending. But if you balance your workload in a way that serves you better, you should be able to still do the things that you want and need to do and still be in your power as you are. What would you recommend if I've been burnt out for years already? I think where you can look is maybe what kind of burnout you do have, because we often look upon burnout as fatigue when there's more than one kind of burnout. Like for me, my biggest burnout was spiritual fatigue. Because for a while I felt disconnected with my sense of spirituality. Pulling cards for a little while, I mean, even though I was getting popular on here, it was getting exhausting after a little bit. Okay, I had 5 minutes, thank you. Even though I was still on point with my messages, I still felt really tired. Like off camera, it was a little harder. to bring that same care to myself. And so I really turned to my, I mean, obviously it's going to be different for everyone, so I can't say for sure what could work here. And especially for neurospicy burnout. I mean, and it's especially hard when you're in an environment that isn't conducive to what you're looking for. But I think especially if you're neurospicy, find some examples of other neurospicy people. They're starting to increase nowadays. Try some of the tips that they might have. And because sometimes, like, reminding yourself you're not alone is the biggest first step. That's a big one. You're actually not alone, and there is a way out. That's the first step, to remember that there's even a way to go through, even if you can't see it at that moment. And then I checked out this book. My therapist actually recommended it. Um, Burnout by Emily and Amelia Nagowski. They're sisters. And they did this entire research about burnout. And I think they're neurodivergent as well. Um, had this really, like, there's some really interesting science in there. I tried some of their tips, and I mean, obviously I can't do it every day, but looking at the small things can make it so much easier. So, like, doing the smallest thing that you can do, even if it's not perfect, can make a big difference. I'm most thinking that maybe the other card might give the answer to your questions. Let me see if that will tell you. Okay, let me see how many minutes I have. Hold on. 8, 39, 50. Okay, so I got 2 minutes left. Okay. Um, Other one we got here is the erase. Okay, that's interesting. I rarely pull this one now. So the erase. Hmm. So mysterious Leroy. Um, the meaning: wishing we can erase things that trouble us, being too focused on problems instead of solutions. When your page is erased, you make room for the new. The power to erase self-doubts, erasing bad habits to make room for new ones. A time for cleansing or purging of that which no longer serves you. And then the clamp meaning: stagnation of luck, a warning to wait. Message: are there any expenses that were planned out, or did you just spend recklessly or on desires? Even if a plan fails, continue making steady efforts and wait for the next chance. Warning: a successful plan approaches you in time of need. Humans are resilient and equipped with profoundness. Remember that last sentence there. Humans are resilient and equipped with profoundness. I think especially neurodivergent people need to remember that, is even if you happen to work differently than what the world expects of you, there is still a profound nature to you. And with these together, with the jump, I'm feeling this is a call for you to be more patient. And I think an ad just came up, so I will continue musing on the message here until the ad ends. Speaking to your Aries rising. ah, but I'll do a little bit of a shameless plug to my YouTube people here as we get through this break here. So every Saturday on my Twitch channel, I pull cards. I assure you, I usually start a little earlier in the day, and um, it doesn't go this long. But if you want to go more in depth in terms of readings like this, you can come to my table every Saturday, usually on Twitch. You can also check out my other stuff, coffee.com/Tonders. I have a shop. I have a New Year special going on right now. I decided to extend it through the Lunar New Year. I usually do that anyway, but I think I definitely need to stick with that. I gotta stick with that practice. And you got until the Lunar New Year in February to get my special New Year's reading, which will cover the entire span of the year of 2026. And also, I do I do much quicker readings of tarot as Wind Star Shiner on the website Spiritual Blossom. So feel free to check me out there. If you like what you see and you want more one-on-one stuff, I got it there. Okay, so looks like the ad is done. We will get back to our regularly scheduled programming. I was just doing a little ad read for my YouTube peeps and for those who don't have ads. Anyway, 4 seconds left. Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah, for listening reality, they're done. They're done already. So interesting. Okay, 26. All right. We'll be back. I need to find like a display marker or something when like things come on. I know Twitch has one built in. I need to figure that out. There's a lot that I don't know about Twitch that I need to figure out. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now back to regular schedule programming. Now getting back to the reading of Mabon. Got the jump in the erase. So long story short, I'm feeling like what it's calling you for Mabon is don't be shocked if you feel like you have to slow down. Because this is the beginning of fall. The leaves are falling off the trees. Things are they are starting to get cold. It's going to ask you to slow down. Oh, sorry, Bunsfish. Please come back. Please come back again on Saturday. Next Saturday. You have a good night, okay? Yeah, where was I? Okay, so for no, you did not. If anything, looks like we're yeah. This one's gonna take a comment. I'm sorry, it's not typical that I do this, but like it's a birthday read. But anyway, I'm feeling for Mabon, it's gonna be a call for you to like start slowing down and assessing what new things will come into your life. And I think more importantly, if you're feeling stagnant or very skeptical of yourself in that moment, it's time for you to reassess what's not working and to be more patient with yourself as you go through these changes, because you've went through a lot of change up until this point as well. So be very patient with yourself is what I'm getting with Mabon. If there's anything more that I figure out with this one, I'll come back to it, but that's what I'm getting with this one. And finally, sorry, last one, like almost to the last card here. Getting to the significator pretty soon, but we got to Samhain, which is around All Hallows Eve, aka Halloween. So All Saints Day, Dia de los Muertos, because it's between the 31st and the 1st. And it's the other point where the veil was at its thinnest. And where, in this case, You reflect on things that have gone past. We're supposed to know about the things that have come. And for this one, we got the twin. So I'm going to play the seriously word meaning, and then we'll read the clamp meaning, and then I'll just tell you what it is. I'll be fast.
The twin. Duality within a mind. Feeling torn between two options. Old ways and new ways of being are battling in your mind. Finding a way for two things to coexist. Releasing one option to embrace another. Needing to find common ground. The voice.
The voice, no. We didn't use that. Okay, anyway. So the voice. No, not the voice. Oh my god, the twin. The twin! Ah, sorry. Get up there. The twin. Clamp, meaning the best partner's appearance. Message. Operating as a team, either by yourself or bring you more luck. Every member should contribute what he, she, or they are good at in a give and take fashion. Abundant personal connections will become your future, your fortune. Warning. Thanks to beautiful word, which should be cherished. There's a chance that you will come across someone who can talk sincerely. Yeah, that sounds about right. So for the twin, what I'm feeling is some of the old self that you have come across, that you have basically reshaped up until this point, and the new skills that you have mastered up until Samhain are going to come into they're going to come into focus before the next Yuletide. And it's a call for you to pay attention where you have changed, and maybe some parts of where you stayed the same, and how to reconcile those aspects and mediate with them. And Samhain especially is a good time for that, because it's a beautiful meditation period of the things that have passed, not only in terms of ancestors, but also past events. So the twin is calling for you to look at the dualities, not only in terms of like light and shadow, but also where you started versus where you have come to at that point. This is interesting. Also, I love that you're expanding my vocabulary. Thank you so much for these words. I'm going to look them up in the thesaurus later. Dystonic versus systonic. I am looking all this stuff up. Finally, the significator, the core theme out of all these things, which is the final card, people. So I am pulling for y'all. It is not over yet. We are just beginning. Finally, we got the big. And I think I've written these two down, so I'm just going to read the whole thing. So, for clamp, it means big possibility and ability, an increase of the thirst for knowledge. Message. At this time, your desire to learn will be intense. There is also a good chance for you to level up, improving every plan and possibility in the process. An unexpected accomplishment might take place involving an impossible, in your opinion, love, relationship, dream, or goal of yours. Warning. Significant hints and information about the future can be obtained if you go to group activities and parties. Mysterious Leroy's meaning. Taking advantage of big opportunities, making waves with your decisions, creating your own decisions, taking a chance, leap of faith. Suspend your fear of failure. Big opportunities are coming your way. These opportunities are obvious and in your face. Starting or making progress on something that seems big to you. Abrupt pause or stop to something that's a big thing in your life. And that's the overarching thing that I've been getting with this. It's like, I feel like there's like these gigantic shifts that are coming into your life that are going to be for the better for you. And this path that you're going to be on this year, this solar return, is for you to start developing the skills to make it easier for you to adapt to those big opportunities and changes. And another recommendation that I give for you, hallucinating reality, is do yourself a favor, look up the creator Bailey Barnell. on YouTube. I'll spell out her name. She does astrology, and she she did a video for your personal year of 2026. And what I recommend is like doing your personal year. So what you're gonna need to do is like you calculate your birthday. So January 17th, 2026. So do a little bit of numerology. Oh, nice. Okay, so do a little bit of numerology. I'm gonna do it for you actually, since it's a 1 year. So I'm gonna add that one plus 7 plus 1. So that's a 10. So congratulations, hallucinating reality. Your year is a 1 year. So it's the beginning of a new cycle. So new beautiful things are coming up for you. So do yourself a favor, look at her YouTube channel, look at your personal year of 2026, press the number 1. That'll tell you what to focus on this year. In addition to what I just pulled for you. But yeah. And since you like music, I'm gonna put a song rec for you. Hacky Sack, one of her latest songs. Time to be the flower, not the bumblebee. Be that beautiful blossom that you always knew deep down you are. So, happy birthday, hallucinating reality. I hope this has been a very insightful wheel of the year for you. And let me know how it goes. I mean, you're pretty frequent here, so let me know how it goes as you go through your journey. I'm super excited to hear from you. And I'm gonna try and make it a habit of posting maybe some of the images on my Discord Q's and Q's. So if you want to see like the spread more as an image, it'll be right there. Unless you obviously don't want me to, in that case, it'll just be on the video on demand. But yes, of course, I love doing this. Okay, so finally, the world is open. Okay, Adam 5. Okay, thank you. Seconds or minutes? Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm gonna answer Dory whatever's question. Shout out to Dory. Unfortunately, they had to leave pretty early on the stream. It seems like a lot of people had to leave pretty early. So huge apologies. Hello, Luna Centauri. Okay, hello, sugar plums. Yes. Okay, I see you. But yeah, this next poll is for Dory Whatever. Unfortunately, they had to leave early on the stream, which is understandable because unfortunately I did start later than usual. But rest assured, people, for those who are regulars on this chat, I usually start earlier. It's just that I had a very pleasant surprise tonight, and so I needed to delay a little bit. But rest assured, next week I'll be sure to start on time, if not a little earlier. I'll maybe do a supplemental stream tomorrow. So those I didn't get to today, you'll be gotten to tomorrow. That's for sure. Okay, so for Dory Whatever, it is a relationship question. I don't usually do precognition stuff like this, but Dory Whatever asked very nicely, so I'm gonna go for it. So my question is, what are Dee's thoughts and feelings toward me? Is he aware about my interest towards him? And I'm thinking, in terms of a beautiful relationship, I am leaning towards a spread that I like to call Road to Success. It is a 5-card spread here, which I believe will probably answer the question of what what thoughts this person may have, as well as maybe a way to make it more likely that a positive relationship could take place. So hello, Dory. This part is for you. I hope you like it. Okay, we got 5 cards, so we're gonna pull out 5 cards, and we will see what we can tell Dory about the special person in their lives. Okay. I'm kind of surprised there's no pronoun. Um, there's no pronoun pick for Twitch. My pronouns are she, her, in case you want to talk about me. Actually, I assume they, unless otherwise proven. Which, I mean, it's a natural part of English, so I don't get why people are making such a big deal about it. Saying they until you find out your pronouns. Which is kind of funny because, I mean, my mom's pronouns are they, them. Okay. All right. So, Dory, this is what I got for you about your special someone. So, we're going to go over subconscious beliefs, risks to be taken, conscious mindset, environment, and obstacles. And this is what I got for you. First, we got the 10 of Pentacles for subconscious beliefs. So, 10 of Pentacles, it is, I mean, the way that they especially illustrate it in this deck is very much about, it's very much about enjoying your abundance and appreciating the life and luxury of what's around you and the blessings that you have. And I feel it's representative of the benefits that you feel that this relationship could have. Don't worry. I think this time I'm actually going to read through. I'm going to read through the ad, and I think when you play this, it won't show the ad on it. So I'm going to keep going with Dory's reading here since Dory's offline. So, hello, Shadows Wolf. Anyway, 10 of Pentacles for subconscious beliefs. I am feeling that I think both of you, or even especially you yourself, feel that this relationship could be a huge benefit to you because, I mean, you have a great interest. And I think interest is not lost on people. But if you can make it more as open as possible, I think it'll make a huge difference in terms of your success in said relationship. So that's the thing that I'm getting from this card here for subconscious beliefs. And for risks to be taken, there's 2 cards that I got for the second position. So let's see what we got here. So we have the 4 of Wands and the 10 of Cups. And the 10 of Cups especially is a big happy ending card for me. I mean, especially if you look at the more traditional images of 10 of Cups, usually the cups are in a rainbow arc, which is like the classic happily ever after. The 10s are usually represent like some sort of completion. And in terms of the 4 of Wands here, the 4 of Wands is about celebration and success, as well as hope, joy, passion, and prosperity. And the message I'm feeling with this is to not be afraid to put your heart out there. Have faith in the happy ending, that it is possible for both of you, whatever that looks like. So it's okay to wear your heart on your sleeve and take a risk on that happiness. Because I think what I'm seeing here is he's willing to give that a shot. But that's my guess here based on the impression that I have in these cards. But I think it's clear that you're willing to take that risk too. So I say embrace the energy that's between the both of you, embrace the goodwill, and most importantly, nurture it. So next we have conscious mindset. I got 2 cards of this one as well, so we're going to turn those over. Ooh, this is really good. Okay, so we got the Lovers and the Page of Pentacles. So conscious mindset. So the Lovers, it can be talked about in terms of romance, which in this case, it seems like that's what you're asking for here. And the Lovers is about harmony and shared energy and flow. And it's a call for you to allow this flow to happen, because I think you know and he knows that this energy is very much there. There's a bond that needs to continue. And allow yourself to follow your heart, because it's very much going to help you keep that relationship alive. And simultaneously also show that you are trustworthy. Don't be afraid to demonstrate your intelligence. Whoever this is, be it you or the person that you're talking about, there's a down-to-earth quality in this relationship. There's a stability. There's this openness about the world. And you need to allow yourself to share it. Embrace it. So that's what I'm seeing with that. Got 2 more cards here. 4 is environment. So let's look at the environments that will make this relationship possible. And then the last card is going to be about the obstacles you're going to have to keep in mind as you are navigating this evolution in your relationship. So, environment. We got the Hierophant. I've been pulling the Hierophant a lot. It's interesting because in some ways there's a disregard for tradition, and yet simultaneously there's a reverence for it. And I feel like in your environment, there's certain expectations of how a relationship or how things are supposed to go in a certain way. And what I'm feeling with this card is maybe seeing within these traditional or ancient dynamics what it is that will work best for your relationship, because not all traditional things may work for you. Like, to give an example, in terms of my own, if I did possibly want to go into a romantic relationship, the odds are pretty good I might not change my name. I may have to ultimately for legal purposes. If I'm in Japan, for example, I have to basically register my name under the family's register in order to be considered married, which in essence would erase my name in lieu of my partner's. But at least it'll put in the connection. But otherwise, in the West, I would have or even most other East Asian countries, I wouldn't have to do that. I could just keep my name the same. Figuring out a dynamic like that, figure out what works and what doesn't, what you can live with and what he can live with. That's important to negotiate, especially early on. So people like to avoid the conversation until it gets like we get past the honeymoon stage. No, starting pretty early can sometimes be helpful in making it easier to keep the honeymoon phase going, from what I understand anyway. And finally, in terms of the spread, the cards of F556GQ. No, I haven't. I will look that up later. Thank you for telling me about this creator. Anyway, final card. And then I got a song for you as well. The obstacle that you're going to have to keep in mind as you're navigating this new relationship. We got the Ten of Swords. Yeah, I admit the Ten of Swords is a little bit of a scary card to me. I mean, granted, tens are often about completion. And yet for swords, there's often the question of victory at what cost. Like it's discernment, but in the case of swords, it's talking about when things go too far. Like when the means go too far and it gets exhausting. Victory at what cost? And then especially when like the higher the number you go, the harder it is to like turn back from the consequences. And the Ten of Swords, it's about desolation, burdens, the end of delusions, an uncontrolled plunge. And in the case of the Ten of Swords and obstacles, I'm feeling like the biggest obstacle is not only the practical challenges, but also the logical challenges, the logical fallacies that you may come across as you do, as you have your dating experiences. There might be like old things that come up as you navigate this relationship. And the biggest advice I can give here is for you to be as patient with yourself as you can with this mentality. Because especially if you are still adapting to being able to collaborate with another person, be it a coworker, be it a friend, or in this case, a romantic partner, it's going to take some reshaping of the mind to be able to adapt to the fact that there is a second person in your life and that person is going to have your back no matter what. It's important to have that faith in that other person that they are going to be there until the end. And that's why it's especially important for a conscious mindset to establish that atmosphere of trust and to trust that your instincts and your trustworthy actions will will see you through to maintain this relationship. And so finally I pulled a song for you from Queen Herbie, and it's a good one. It's called 5D. And funnily enough, it's where the line where I say you got to keep it moving is from this song. Actually, it's from 5D. It's her orange hair era. If you happen to look up the music video, it's why she's nicknamed the female Eminem. The female witchy Eminem. But anyway, you two are going to evolve together. So be prepared to do some very interesting adventures together. So I'm excited for you, Dory. I hope this answered your question. I think there was a mutual regard from what I can see here. And I hope this relationship goes the best way for you. Wishing you all the best. And with that, we are on to our next person. Yes, Yes, of course, Shadows Wolf. Please feel free to add yourself to the queue. So next, we got Sugar Plums, if you're still online. Yes, yes, you can send context. You can do it either here or on Discord. Just whatever you want, whatever you feel comfortable me reading. Okay, add in 5. Okay, got it. You can. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, if you want context, go ahead. So you can add it either in the chat or you can put it on my Discord server. So there's going to be an ad in 5 minutes because I am an affiliate as the Seer. So I have to think about the ads a lot more than usual. Which I still need to figure out how this all works. It's exhausting. It's a little annoying, but at the same time, though, I gotta remember it's a blessing. But at least I actually have to think about this in some ways, even if it is annoying. Ah. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, let me see who else is on the queue. So yeah, we're gonna let Sugar take their time with their context. So CMYD, it is your turn if you're still here. I'm gonna give Sugar Plums a little bit more time to like write down their context. So don't rush, Sugar Plums. We'll get to you. So call me your daddy. It is your turn. If you're still there. If not, I'll get you next stream. We'll go to Shadows Wolf. If Call Me Your Daddy is not there. Okay, seriously, what's your question? What is your question for tonight? General vibe check. Okay. All right. Got you. So I'm gonna do 3-carder here. For you. Not too late. Join in. Go right ahead. One person is still writing their context, so go ahead and join the queue. Yeah, I think I might get the music back on, but I'll make sure it's lower so that way it's not too. It doesn't drown my voice too much. Yeah, I'll try to be sure to not make late starts a habit because I feel like it's been happening way too often. Okay, if don't worry, Call Me Your Daddy's joking. It is voluntary. Okay, so my Discord is in the description. So if you scroll down a little bit and go to my about, there should be a link to it. There should be a link to my Discord. I should seriously get more like I seriously need to get more thank you, Starry Momo. You're a real one. But yeah, if anybody's looking for my Discord, you can link it in. Like, you can check out my the links on my profile. It'll tell you. I'm definitely gonna need some water, some more water. So I'm gonna be talking for a little bit with all these people. So it's gonna be Call Me Your Daddy, and then after that, Sugar Plum. Once you get my once you send your context, you'll be next. And then let me see what the queue is now. But I know Shadow's Wolf, I need, like, I know you want one as well. So please add yourself to the queue, make it easier for me to remember. Okay. So it's gonna be Call Me Your Daddy, then Sugar Plums, then Luna Centauri, and then Shadow's Wolf. If you still want a reading, please add yourself. It's just exclamation point and join. So for CMYD. The general check-in. Thank you. So I'm going to do a 3-card spread about you, your path, and your potential. In this case, turn to a 4-card spread here because, I mean, I got like one more card here. Okay. Here we go. So for CMYD, a general check-in about you, your path, and your potential. Hi! Hey, Tonsilus Studios. Hello! We're gonna be here a while. Longtime friend of the channel. And in real life. Alright, so for CMYD, this is your reading. So for you, we got the 6 of Swords. Let me zoom in. Okay. So the 6 of Swords, I'm feeling right now you're either in need of, or you are currently in the process of taking a break. Needing some respite from stresses. CMD. Anyway, but yeah, I think it's like right now there's very much a need for a break, be it out of exhaustion or just needing a break or rest overall, to not overthink. So I'm feeling the call for you at this point is making sure you get plenty of rest, making sure you hydrate, don't dehydrate. Speaking of which, I should probably text a friend to like bring up a glass of water because I think I'm probably my voice is gonna dehydrate if I'm not careful. Okay, I'm gonna text her real quick. Okay. Okay. All right. There we go. So now starring Momo, I can follow your notifications. Yep. On my way with my water. Anyway. Okay. So next one about your path for CMD. They really want to come out. They really want to come out today. Okay, so for your path, Four of Wands and the Empress. So this came through for you. That's interesting. So, thank you. You want to say hi?
Hello, I am Matanda's lovely assistant. And I will be taking this glass as well as this one.
Thank you.
Text me if you need anything else.
Of course. So yo, you're the digital assist. You're the digital assist. She's the Runcible Smoothie is the IRL assist. Not really a demotion. It's kind of like they're both fulfilling different needs of life. But they are all friends. They are all friends. We are all an awesome group. Sorry, guys. But yeah, she is much louder. But sorry for scaring y'all. But it's like, I was like, do you want to say hi? Sorry. I'll try to adjust my volume a bit more the next time. Anyways, I hope y'all gave you a little bit of caffeine, vocal caffeine, so to speak. Anyway, getting back to Mama Your Daddy's reading. For your path, we got the Four of Wands and the Empress. This is a very hopeful set. Apologies if your ears got a little, but anyway, this is a very hopeful set of cards here. So the Four of Wands, like we saw earlier, as well as the Empress, the Four of Wands is about hope and potential and just success and just really fruitful beginnings. I didn't drink caffeine. No. You know I'm not that much of a coffee drinker. And even if I was, I can only do it in the morning, because if I do it at night, I won't, like, unless it's decaf, I won't sleep. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. This is the most I can do. That and tea. Anyway. Yes, of course. You have a good night. Yeah, listen, anytime you need a reading in real life or on camera, I'm your girl. So, yeah, Evelyn Rose, everybody. They're like, she's a really good reader as well. Hopefully we can do a collab soon. Night. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Sugar Plums. So, getting back to Call Me Your Daddy's reading, the Empress is very much about... It's very much about generosity and creativity. And overall, it's this very generous energy. And it's about experiencing the present, very much being in your senses, not just in your head. So in terms of your path, this is a time for you to really embrace your joy, embrace what lights you up, and most importantly, being open to what life offers you. Now next, well, the final card here that I got for you is your potential. So let us see what we got here. Okay, so we got the Three of Swords. Let me see what I can glean from this. Hmm. So for potential for the Three of Swords I often associate with like grief and heartbreak. And the question of like, has it made me feel, has my world narrowed? Like, have I put myself through too much? Where are the people that are there in your time of need? And the piece of advice that I can give you like in terms of like the potential is, I think there may be a moment where you may need to reflect on what it is that you've had to separate yourself from that might have been very heartbreaking, but at the same time that separation was necessary even if it was painful. Or maybe, considering the two swords here, I'm gonna draw a clarifier to get a bit more clarity on this one because I'm a little confused. Okay. So I pulled Death, which honestly, this is the main reason why I got drawn to this deck, was because the Death interpretation here lines up more with what the card actually means, which is like a resurrection or a rise from the ashes rather than like the literal Grim Reaper. But I feel like in this case, trying to put it as a clarifier for the Three of Swords, it's a call for you to restart. It's a chance for you to start over, closing a chapter that's been a chapter of heartbreak, and start a new one of a path that works better for you, the one you can easily go towards the life that you want to lead, which is the joyful path. So the advice that I'm getting right here, right now with this is to give yourself a bit more time to get some respite from whatever situation you are going through at this moment, and know that a new start is around the corner. You just need to allow yourself to feel and grieve what it is that you may have had to sacrifice or you may have had to leave behind in order to embrace this new opportunity fully. That's what I'm getting with that. And in terms of my song recommendation from Her Majesty Queen Herbie, we got Lavish. So if you got some stuff you've been clinging on to, bud, let that go. Let it go. Ravish yourself in the new opportunities that are coming your way, my friend, because there's a lot of good stuff. But for now, give yourself a little bit of a retreat. Doesn't necessarily have to be like an entire 5-star vacation. It could just be taking a couple minutes to breathe, or reading that book that you've always wanted to touch. Wait, gather dust on the shelf. I have a lot of fiction books on my shelf that I need to read. But anyway, that's what I got for you. Call me your daddy. Thank you so much for asking your question. Okay, so let me see. What do I have left? Because I did Dory. Okay, Sugar Plums. Okay, Sugar Plums, you're next. Okay. And then Luna Centauri, and then the Shadows Wolf. And I think I might have enough energy for maybe 2 more people after this. And then I can call it a day. Okay, let me get on my Discord. Oh, you DM'd it! Okay, sweet. Okay. Okay. So, for Sugar Plums, looks like there's some ancestral work that you've done, and ancestral and shadow work, and it looks like it's been a lot of self-confidence work too, which is really good. But it looks like there's been some interactions that have been rather concerning for you, and I guess you just want. I guess like long story short, I'm basically summing this up because I didn't know how much you want me to like read out since it was a DM. I'm saying here, it's like you're just wondering what the dynamic is, what's been going on, has your social dynamic been really difficult, and you're wondering if you might have something to do with it, but you're theorizing there might be some jealousy involved, and especially if there's any messages that your ancestors have to say about it. Okay. That's pretty cool. And you're also in the witchy stuff. I love that. Okay. So, long story short, you want to know how to get more genuine relationships in your life, and if there's anything else that your ancestors have to say in terms of that. So, we shall see what the ancestors have to say. I'm feeling. Okay. Yeah. Where behavior in faith spaces. Not the first time I've heard about that. Yeah, ancestors do love their gossip sometimes. I feel like my grandmother somehow, right, rest in peace. I feel like ever since my grandmother passed, funnily enough, I feel like so many things just turned around for the better. I feel like it's just like somehow she's just been working on my behalf. And again, she always had that kind of soul. And for some reason, I'm feeling like Queen Herbie's the first person such inspiration to pull from, because she's really been coming through for me in recent months. Put my headphones up here. Perfect. Okay. Are they still on? Yes. Okay. All right. So, got a couple of songs for you here. I'm going to listen to them for like a few seconds, since at least I have a little bit of time here. And I'll see what I can glean from these, because there might be some of them that I don't know too well at first. So I got a couple of songs from Queen Herbie here. Okay. So, first song that I got here. I can't play them for you on YouTube, unfortunately. Or on Twitch, because I know Twitch I'll get struck. So I got a couple songs here. So first song, we got... Oh, snap! Okay. We also got Hacky Sack. Hacky Sack really wants to come out today. Yeah, Hacky Sack, it was one of the first singles that Queen Herbie... This one I actually do know personally. Queen Herbie released this as one of the first new singles that she did in 2025. And I think the reason why I'm having such an urge to look up her songs right now is because, well, pretty soon she's gonna be on tour this year. Don't know when, but Hacky Sack, that is all about evolution. And yeah, I know they'll mute, but it's just like it just feels weird. And I know with YouTube for sure they'll strike. And I don't want you to miss the context, so I'm not gonna play the song on there. At least the chill hop ones, they're totally fine with it. They don't mute unless I play a track that's not allowed to be played via the creators forum, which is there's not that many. Thankfully, there's not that many tracks in the block in terms of chill hop, but they'll definitely block the Queen Herbie tracks for sure. I would love to play them, but I can't. Not even a few seconds. But yeah, Sugar Plums. This song, Hacky Sack, I feel like it's summing up what you just told me, which is about it's about this song is basically about you making moves, and there might be some people who just don't get you. They just don't understand you. But even with that, oh snap, ads! Dang it. Okay. No problem. I can take my time, listen to the song, give a more thorough message. Okay, give me a moment. So for my Prime people, apologies. I mean, ever since I became affiliate, I have to get used to ads happening now. So I have to, like, even though I had the VODs in real time, I have to think about ad jail. So it's kind of difficult. Okay. Go listen to the song and I'll give more detail. Okay, so I listened to the song. It helped me. It helped me refresh what's happening, and yeah, you actually know about Queen Herbie. That is awesome, and you relate to her situation. Okay, so for those who don't know who Queen Herbie is, originally, she and her husband were part of a duo called Carmen, Karmin, that went viral because of their performance of Look at Me Now by Busta Rhymes. Oh, thanks. Okay. So, I'll go through that message again. So, the first song that I pulled for you from Queen Herbie is about hacky sack, and I feel like it's a really interesting summary of your situation here, because in the case of the song, what I'm saying is like, it's kind of like embracing the moves that you're taking to make your life better. Like, you mentioned like glamour magic, which you already talked about, like how it's been making your life more interesting. And I think the people that have been critiquing you, I think, like you said, I mean, I'm starting to agree. There might be some jealousy that you're able to be in this sense of flow and in the sense of magic. And the biggest message I got just from the first verse alone is, you don't force connection. You let it come to you. You attract it. You're a magnet. Time to be the flower, not the bumblebee. Let the people who get your vibe come to you. Don't force it. And most importantly, take care of yourself through it all. That's the message I'm getting from Hacky Sack. And then I got a second song while I was putting my cards down. So I'm wondering what this one is. Okay. So we got the Mad Queen mantra. This one I don't remember as much. The verse that they picked for this one is, might take a lifetime to reach the depth of my dopeness. Let's see what this one is. So give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to type the other one. Hello, Dramatic Tragedy. Yeah, by the way, I always recommend songs. So I'll do a collective one at the end of the stream, because I'm going to be here for a little bit. But yeah, I love music. Music, I feel like, gives such interesting messages to think about, and I feel comfy talking about Queen Herbie, because she does these very empowering and mystical songs. And every time I pull something from her albums, it hits perfectly. Shout out to her, shout out to Jedi Nick, her husband, and Shababa, Queen of Lions, her spiritual advisor. She has these free guidance things too. You also may have listened to channel for music too. Okay, awesome. So you get what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think you'll enjoy Queen Herbie if you've ever looked up her stuff or her interviews and stuff. Anyway, Mad Queen Mantra, let me see. Oh my god, I love the beat of this song already, the Mad Queen Mantra, because the beat reminds me so much of, I think it probably is the same sampler too that they used for that, but it reminds me so much of the Amy Winehouse song, You Know That I'm No Good, though in this case, this is talking about you staying centered in your own power, being confident in yourself, and remember the queen and the bad bee that you are, and remember to put that crown on your head, and good stuff will come to you. Keep believing in those good things. Megan Thee Stallion and Riri. Nice. Yeah. So embrace that musical power, because clearly it's working. Yes. Remember that regal energy. Remember that. And remember that there are some things that only you can do. There are some things that you can only do. And if they're not willing to meet you where you're at, you don't have to bother with them. Bye, Felicia. Live your life. Because your life is yours. If they want to come along on the ride, that's fine, as long as they're respectful. Otherwise, protect your peace. Protect your peace. That is what I am getting from this. All right. I am going to add your cards to your DM. Hey, there you go. There you go. That's queen. That is queen behavior. Exactly. Okay. I'm going to pull out some tarot. I feel like that's partially ancestral messages that I got here, but let me pull out some tarot. Let me pull out some tarot too. I felt like the songs were the first thing because I just had this feeling that like music was what really spoke to you, and clearly it did. But yeah, I just sent the 2 tracks to you via Discord DM, and then I'm gonna pull some tarot for you to get a bit more clarification. Okay. La, 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 la. Okay. Oh. Okay. So I'm getting Phoenix rising out of the ashes energy because you got death. So there's some things resetting for you and for the better. I love that movie. I love Sinners. I've been working on this article for the past couple of months about Sinners and K-pop demon hunters. Because it's pretty popular. It started to become pretty popular. We kind of came across this accidentally. Yeah, the juke joint scene is my favorite. My favorite part. Whew. And that scene is pure Phoenix energy. With the way that like all the ancestors came up and then the barrier of the juke joint burned down. And it's really profound how something as secular as the juke joint became so sacred and profound in that moment. Just as sacred, if not more than church. And I'm not blaspheming, it's literally how they illustrated it. It's pretty amazing. If you've not seen Sinners, highly recommend it. And we kind of came across this combo by accident, actually. We watched K-pop Demon Hunters the night, like during one of our girls' nights. It was like me, Runcible Spoonie, Crow's Nest, and a fourth person, and one of our mutual friends from college. We watched K-pop Demon Hunters the first night, and then we didn't plan on this, but we stayed a second night, and we watched Sinners. And unexpectedly, it became the perfect combo. I highly recommend it. If you are going to do a movie marathon or something, put Sinners and K-pop Demon Hunters together. It's the perfect combo because the themes are almost exactly the same. And then some people apparently have combined it with Turning Red, and it's like the perfect musical trilogy. So it's musical / thematic trilogy. Especially when it comes to chosen family versus blood family, and also finding authenticity, especially in music, be it in taste or in performance. Especially in the case of K-pop Demon Hunters and Sinners. Yeah, you need to. It is a really good movie. There's a reason why it's been really hyped in the last year. And they just confirmed a sequel too. So, all the reason why you gotta watch it now. Anyway, what I'm getting is like, I mean, just talking about this alone, Phoenix energy. I am getting Phoenix energy vibes that it's time for you to really embrace the restart that you have made with the magic that you have described. And welcome in the new. Welcome in the passion. Embrace the forces that have come your way. And to burn away the old and bring in the new. Which already this season already does, but it's really calling you to embrace this Phoenix energy. You're also a Scorpio. Okay. Yeah, so you naturally do this. Yeah. Embrace the forces that you have that you have embraced now. Go for it. And then, this is good, you know? You got the World. Ooh, okay. Other saying that comes to mind is the world is your oyster. And remember to be satisfied with what you have in front of you. That's the energy that I'm getting from this. And remembering that if you are struggling with something right now, or you're working through something, that there is a completion. There is an end in sight. And this is like, whatever you set your mind to, it's happening. It will come to pass. You just need to be patient and believe in yourself. Believe in that royal energy that you've been cultivating up to this point. It is not a front. It is not a facade. embrace it within you because it is a part of you. The fact that you were able to do all this stuff shows that it is genuinely you. Yep, manifestation. So embrace those powers, my friend. That is exciting. That is so exciting. Congrats, True Plum. Just embrace that passion. I mean, I got here up until this point. I got here because I embraced my passion. Because I took a chance on something that I initially thought was going to be just a Delulu dream. But sometimes Delulu, even if the situation feels kind of impossible, is the Salulu. That's what I got for you, Sugar Plums. I hope that this is giving you a bit of a spark. Oh, where'd you go? That's awesome. Oh, wow. South Africa and Zimbabwe, those are two places I really want to go to. I mean, my motherland's Cameroon. Born in the United States, but yeah, got the Cameroonian ancestry up in here. But yeah, I feel that. Yeah, embrace the power the ancestors are giving you to go for this dream, my friend. Yes. Go for it. But yeah, that's the message I'm getting for you, is to have faith. You will find a way to work things out. Have faith, have patience, and most importantly, you have so much working for you, so much backing you. So embrace that love, embrace that energy. And there was one more thing I had in my brain. It just escaped me. Don't be afraid to find a new faith community that works for you. Explore. Find the group that works for you. For me, it was finding a UU fellowship. Yes, I am. Agile. Oof. Woo! Okay, water break. Thank you for understanding. Let me check my queue. Okay, so I did 2 people here. So we got Luna Centauri and the Shadows Wolf. So you two are, unless anybody else joins, because I think I have room for 2 more people. Okay, thank you. So, like I said earlier, I got energy for 2 more people after Luna and Shadows. If anybody wants to join after them, it's at most I can do 2. But anyway, to get back to what I was saying to Sugar Plums, yes, I am Cameroonian. And then the other thing that kind of came to mind as well is, yeah, find a more supportive faith community. For me, it was finding a really nice UU fellowship that was into this woo-woo stuff. I love it. I mean, that's how I got the confidence to be able to pull cards like this in the first place. Yes. So, embrace your power, however that manifests. It is, of course, not limited to the witchy. Whatever you call towards, you're always welcome. I mean, case in point, I have a lot of friends who are atheists. I also have friends who are Christian. I also have friends who are Buddhist. I have friends from all over the place. Yeah, I say give it a go. I think it's important to like get some sort of comfort and empowerment, however that looks like to you. I mean, as long as it like respects your autonomy and you're not isolating yourself, that's the important thing. Like, I feel like sometimes traditional or like more populist religions, sometimes they tend to be too concentrated on like who you have to be in order to be a part of the community, when the important thing is actually the other way around, is who you are, what space you thrive in, and who's coming with you. One of my mentors basically said as much. So to summarize it, I mean, you're already doing half of this stuff already. The biggest things that I'm getting from this reading for Sugar Plums is you're already doing the big thing already, which is embracing your regal energy and not let the haters get you down. What is important for you at this time is to embrace the energy that you have now decided to wield, like the Phoenix. Find the spaces that work for you. And most importantly, have faith in your dreams and your abilities and the ancestors, because they will never steer you wrong. So that's the summary I got for you. I sent the songs via your Discord DMs. So give those a listen, and tell me what you think. Anytime, bud. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I did Sugar Plums. I already did CMD. Okay, so who's next? Okay, Luna Centauri. Luna Centauri, it's your turn. What you got for me? Okay, getting a reading to see what your guides or deities would like you to hear. And hey, some people are like that. Yeah, meanwhile, I'm just basic. I mean, I do have my queenly moments, but I'm pretty basic for a lot of things. You are so welcome. Let me know how it goes for you next time you're here. So I also game stream as well. So I love gaming. I love cards. As you can probably also tell, I love being nerdy. Is that a challenge or is that a promise? But yeah, I trust you. So these readings I do every Saturday. I'm debating, I mean, depending on how I feel, I'll try and see if I can add another day. But Saturdays are my regular time. I usually start around 7:30. I might try and bump up the time just a little bit, so that way there's enough time to get to everyone, because I can go for a while. And I just said that, and it's 12:12 right now. I just said that it's 12:12 right now. Aw, thank you. I love it. I love your energy. And please feel free to chat on my Discord, Tandrasia's Magic Circle. Shout out for Tantawa Studios for making the logo. Yeah, bud, if you need to go to bed, that is fine. I think Saribot will be able to take over. Ah, Luna's a fellow Easterner. I know, but also you got human limits. I know. I know. We're in two different time zones. You've also been drawing. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be another, like, what? 3-4 months before we spring forward? I hate the spring forward. But it does make it easier to do streams like this. At least it'll turn to 5 hours apart for a little bit. Alright, so for Luna Centauri. Okay, let me see who else is on the queue, just to make sure. Okay, for like 1 to 2 weeks. Hey, listen, those 1 to 2 weeks we do quite a bit. So it's a little so this is gonna be a little bit more general here, not so spread heavy. So I feel like with deity work it's a little spread out. Like ancestor work that I did with sugar plums. Okay. Let's see what the sugar, not sugar, Queen Herbie recommendation is. Okay. Let me know if it gets to add jail. Because I could be in flow one moment and then boop. Okay. These two seem to want to stick around. Okay. So we've got a couple songs for you. So let's see what divine messages are here for Luna Centauri. Alright. We dive. Alright, let's see what we got here. So. Ooh, okay. I'm getting a call to pull this one out. I rarely do this on camera, but I felt like pulling this out. This is the Isis Oracle deck by Alana Fairchild. Don't know how much you do with the goddess Isis, Luna Centauri, but she wants to come out and play today. I don't know why. My deck smells like flowers. Probably because of all the, well, of course, all the flowery essential oils that I've been using. Smells good though. Ooh! Yep, they definitely wanted me to use this. Okay. Let's start with these. Okay, so we got a few tarot cards. We got some Queen Herbie cards, and we have got some tarot here. Alright, so for the Isis cards, I'm gonna go for just the straight up summary here because, like, there's some pretty good descriptions in here, but they are pretty lengthy. So I'm gonna keep it as short as possible so that way I'm not keeping you all up for too long and also ads. Ad jail. Anyway, first one we got is The Abundance of Sotis, which is about the stellar blessings of the celestial goddess of abundance. Let me zoom in. Hold on. Ah! Okay, there we go. So, abundance in many forms is flowing to you now, beloved. And I just felt like I was back to reading in my mentor's voice. Anyway, intend right now to receive it. Just decide to do it in your heart this very moment. The Oracle of the Abundance of Sothis comes as guidance to expect increased flow and to continue your good works of building channels through which abundance can be delivered to you. Freely share your talents, love, wisdom, and self, and enjoy the enjoy the abundance responsively flowing to you in many forms over and over again. So, looks like you're having some pretty great abundance coming your way, and it's a chance for you to embrace the fruits of your labor and everything that comes with it. That's the first thing that comes with me. So that there's it's a deity of rains and agriculture. As well as wealth. So the next one that I pulled out for you is, let's see, there's the S. I can read. Aha! Serpent of Fire. Which is about the priestess of the Serpent Sisterhood. Zoom in. There we go. Isis, priestess of the Serpent Sisterhood and queen of the Serpent of Fire, guides you through transformation now as your energy field grows stronger and old energies are burned away in the process of your growth. Trust that you are growing and more capable than you have been previously. Do not assess your current ability based on past standards, as they no longer apply to you. You are stronger and more powerful now than you have been before. You need to learn afresh what you are capable of, and Isis helps you now. And I'm getting the vibe that, considering that we are in the last few weeks of the year of the snake at this moment, I'm feeling like this is a call for you to, whatever, like, you have that last bit of shedding that you have to do, this is the time for you to do it. And pay attention to the tenderness that you are in as you are going through this evolution. Because shedding of skin, yes, your space is new. You get more room. You have more space. But you're also in a very sensitive and tender space at that moment. And so it's important for you to nurture that tenderness until you develop your new skin into something that you can handle the world with. So, agile in 1 minute, thank you. So, I'm feeling it's also a reminder that growth is a constant, especially through this season. And in terms of the final one for the Ice Oracle is the Dark Mysteries. Let me see if I can get I forgot they actually use the thes. That's the one thing I'm not a fan of in terms of this deck, is that, like, they actually put the thes on front. Okay, there we go. Dark Mysteries. Enter the chamber of the Dark Goddess. Okay, I'll be fast. The Dark Goddess calls you to her inner chamber, where she holds a test and the gift for you. The test is your willingness to meet and release the fears within that have secretly been holding you back. The gift is freedom, peace, opportunity, and prosperity in all its forms. Will you accept her call? Your time for deeper initiation is here. Okay, so we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then I'll explain what this one means. Oh. Okay. That's different. Because I'm used to like video ads whenever I hear them. I know there's like the bar ads that sometimes pop up every few seconds. But I don't think like the timers in reference to like the big ones that cover over. Or like that put me down to the side and then that is so funny. Oh, I didn't know you can actually do that. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, so we'll wait for the explanation in a moment. Let me just read this. And then I'll probably turn over some of the tarot stuff. Okay, no problem. Ooh, this is interesting. I'm excited for when Luna Centauri comes back, because we got some pretty interesting tarot cards up in here. And then after that, it'll be... Thank you! Thank you so much! And then after that, it'll be... I believe... It'll be... Yeah, Shadow's Wolf. Shadow's Wolf will be the next one. Yeah, it is a little less flowy. I will admit. That is hilarious. Okay, so I already turned over your tarot cards, but we're gonna finish off the Dark Mysteries one. So, Dark Mysteries. Okay, I read the description here. So, Dark Mysteries. This is funny that this popped up here, because I've also been getting, like, deeper calls to do shadow work, so to speak. And in this case, this is also a call for you to do shadow work as well. To be able to just be held in your shadow and in your experience. Because if you allow yourself to embrace the parts that are scary or are frustrating, you need to trust that your guides and your deities will hold you in that. Especially when it can feel very isolating. That isolation is an illusion. It's actually a call for you to go deeper and be willing to meet with your shadows and your fears where they're at. And when you allow yourself to alchemize them, you're going to get so much back from that. It can come into a new awareness of yourself, a new gift, a new power, or just a deeper connection to yourself and the divine. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it feels like a sheer coincidence that I pulled that too, because I mean, I feel like everybody in my circle's been coming into some sort of like shadow work, whether it's like deeper work with a therapist, or in my case, I'm actually exploring some deity work myself. I have really been pushing myself to work with more dark goddess energy, which is not my natural mode of things. I'm very much a light goddessy kind of person. Like I like Nimatona, Athena, Artemis, even like I said earlier, Isis. I mean, even though all those goddesses I mentioned also have some sort of darkness to them, but they're often not associated with that too much on a regular basis. So I've been exploring those darker archetypes that I don't usually let myself embody. But yeah, I think that was the part that I was missing when I watched one of my mentor did a documentary. My mentor did a documentary recently about embracing the dark goddess, the dark feminine, and trusting that darkness will hold you in a nurturing energy. So that's what I'm feeling with the dark goddess card in particular. So I'm going to go fast here with the tarot because I got a few cards here, and then I'm going to end with the songs. So first we got, it's the Seven of Pentacles. There's been things in your life at this point that are starting to actually ripen, be it skills, be it gifts, talents, or even just literal ripening. Though I think you said you're from the East Coast, so probably not the growing part. But there are some choices that you're going to need to make about which things to share or display. What's ready now versus being patient and picking it up later and trusting that it'll still be there. This is where I'm feeling like the dark goddess and faith is really going to come into this. And even the abundance of Sothis also comes into this as well, from what I'm seeing. Then we got the Two of Pentacles, which is about the balance of assets, or the balance of literal material dynamics. And it can feel like as if, like, with all the opportunities and all the metamorphosis you're going through, it can be a literal juggle. Like I said, lots of new opportunities emerging, and everything's in motion. And it's important that you maintain your flexibility, whether literally or metaphorically. It's important to have flexibility, to know when to push and when to wait and when to hold back. Knowing when to act and when to observe. And make sure you also maintain a playfulness through all this whole process, because it can get, there is kind of such thing as too dark to the point where you can't see anything. So let yourself have some levity when you go through this process. Which, funnily enough, when I say the levity, Six of Cups. I really like the way they illustrated it in this deck too. It just feels like I just want to be in that tea party. Like, I want to be there. Can you invite me, my friend? So I'm feeling also that it's a call for you to also remember remember your why. Remember the joys that you had when you were younger or when you were a child. Remember that childlike wonder and excitement, and embrace the simple joys, like a nice cold glass of water. I'm going to do right now. Oh, that was nice. Six of Cups. Anyway, embrace the simple joys and pleasures in your life, because those simple things will add up to the big things, the big abundance. And remember to celebrate the small wins. And I don't know why I'm going back to the dark goddess here. But the dark goddess will embrace you like a child, because you are a child of the goddess. So allow yourself those small joys, because that's what's meant for you to have. And the next card we got here is the Wheel. And it's a reminder. It's upright, so it's like good things are coming your way. Regardless of which way the wheel turns, whether it's upright or reversed. In this case, it's upright. So there's some boons coming your way. The universal message is this, that this too shall pass. So, regardless if a moment is bad or good, depending on how you perceive it and depending on how you act on it. The important thing is perception and your action because of that perception. The biggest thing that you can do is, regardless of what the outcome is, you need to understand that all these experiences are ultimately ephemeral. They are going to pass. Eventually, you're going to be back to a neutral state, homeostasis. And so, like, regardless of whether the event is heartbreaking or empowering, it's important to be in the moment, because even if you come across the same thing, the moment will already be different because of what you know. And so the Wheel of Fortune, I feel like it's a call for you to embrace the moment that you're in now, because it is going to serve you in the long run if you observe what you can. And finally, in terms of the tarot, and then we'll get to my Queen Herbie cards. We got two of them. Got the Nine of Cups, which is embracing your emotions, your intuition, and your senses. Move from the logic, like trust in your logic, trust in your knowledge, but then shift down into embodiment, first-hand experience. It's one thing to read it, but another thing to actually practice it. So trust that there is so much working for you, not against you. And embrace every sense, every experience, every sensation that you come across, because they can tell you a lot. For me, I still shuffle, but like, I don't pick cards traditionally. I would shuffle just to turn my mind off, my logical mind off, and then I spread them out, and then I basically use my hand and I feel what card, like whether it's like a magnetic pull or a warmth, and see what comes up. There might be some repeats, but I feel like over time it's always an important message. And I just pulled one for the collective here, so we'll leave that for the end. Okay, these two seriously wanted to come up. I think I might post it in the Q's and Q's chat, because clearly these two really wanted to come out. Hacky Sack and Mad Queen Mantra. So again, embracing your evolution and your queen energy. Do not let anything shake you out of your resolve. The only thing that should convince you is, well, your ancestors, your guides, and your will. But ultimately, it's your decision. It's what you live with at the end of the day. That's the part that you should be trusting, is what you are willing to live with, what you are willing to tolerate, what you're willing to try or cope with. Yeah, that's what I'm getting with these cards. I don't usually pull out the Isis Oracle, but today I just felt this urge to do so, and you're the one that I wanted to pull out for. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity. And I think she really wanted to come out today, so I'm glad that I did. I'm glad that I followed that instinct. I hope that answered your question, Luna Centauri. This was so much fun. So, last but certainly not least, for the individual readings, we have got The Shadows Wolf, if you happen to still be here. Huh. Okay. That's amazing. I am glad. All right. Awesome, Shadows Wolf. The floor is yours. What is your question? Floor is yours. This is an interesting one. Okay. Who you were in a past life. This is going to be an interesting one to pull. I don't typically get this question, so it's going to be fun. Okay. All right, past life. I think I can put away this spread book for now. Let's get something a little more room here. I feel like it's going to be one of those. Okay. Shadows Wolf in a past life. Yeah, that is a unique one. Everything keeps saying I need to know who I was in order to move forward. Okay, let's see if we can get some hints here. Yeah, I don't think I can get like a specific in terms of like beings or anything like that, but or occupations. But the most I could probably give you is maybe like the vibe of who you were, and see how we can move that energy forward. Let's see. Okay, so Shadows Wolf. Let's see how we can help you bridge that past life. Gonna give a little bit of an energy cleanse here. Easier. Thank you all for sticking around. If you've made it this far, thank you all for sticking around. I know it's been a lot between the ads kind of interrupting my flow and all that, and just adjusting to everything. I had some really good news, and you'll find out in February what that is, but I mean, the person who did the surprise basically said that like I can't announce it until February. So thankfully it's only like two weeks away, so won't be that long. Okay. A little of that wisdom here. Okay. Oh. Past life. For Shadows Wolf. Let's see. Okay. Well, not quite a bit. Alright. So for Shadows Wolf, who you were in a past life. Let's see what advice we can give you to transmute the energy. Really? Wow. Yeah, I love getting in depth. I know for a lot of people they just want to get read, like whether or not this certain thing will come to pass, etc. And I feel like there's an art to it, not only in terms of ethics, but also just being able to make sure clients come away with answers they can at least start working with to be able to navigate towards the life they want to lead, you know? Okay, so Foreshadows Wolf. Here is what I pulled for you for your past life, who you could have been. Keep in mind, this is one of several. I can't really say for sure what time period or what specific life you could have led, but at least I can give some hints as to who you could have been and how you can move forward to the present. So, we got Judgment. Oh, excuse me. To Judgment. I'm feeling like who you were in a past life. I feel like there might have been a reincarnation in this life, because there might have been a desire for absolution, or a desire for a new start. And I feel like reincarnation and essentially forgetting, like not being so conscious of what the past was the one way of doing that, and to face down some challenges that maybe past you couldn't really resolve. Probably either because there might have been some barriers to doing so, whether it's financial or unwillingness, either from your past life, or what I'm feeling more is from the environment that your past life was in. That the environment was unwilling to give your past life a second chance. And so this reincarnation is probably your second chance. That's my guess anyway. So next we got the Eight of Wands. So there's clearly a dream, a desire that wants to be manifested, and it probably, I mean, it's something that obviously would take a lifetime to do. That's often the sense I get with Eight of Wands energy, is that it's something that's going to take a while to fulfill, and it's going to need some dedication. And it probably took longer than your past life's lifetime to be able to fulfill that, and you just needed more time. From what I can see, and a lot of faith. That's what I'm seeing from this card. And these two came out together, so I'm going to see what they are. Ace of Swords and Two of Wands. I'm feeling like this is a call for you, for what you need to do in this life in order to be able to start giving absolution to your past life. Because I don't think your past life was all that bad, but I think there were some regrets that were still carrying over. So, first off, with the Ace of Swords, it's a call for you to cut away at the BS to get to the truth. And this truth will be your absolution. So that's the first part of it, is to trust that your absolution will be delivered, however that looks like. whether it's for yourself or somebody that defends you, your absolution will be delivered. Or even divine absolution. I feel like divine absolution is the most powerful one. And it doesn't have to be a punishment. It doesn't have to be a punishment. It is just more so having faith that things will come to light. And then with that light, there is peace and also a clear action to follow. Then, for the Two of Wands, it's a call for you to tap into your personal power and your influence, because I'm feeling with your past life, there might have been some sort of helplessness. I'm feeling more and more there was some sort of power dynamic or situation, whether it's financial or ranking. That's what I'm feeling, is ranking. Because, I mean, more people were laborers than there were nobles and royals, really, in the past. And it's a hard life. A lot of these lives are pretty difficult, especially in the past. Even if you happen to be in a place where it was pretty abundant, like, just little things would be massive inconveniences. But I'm feeling there was some sort of power dynamic that really influenced the one past life that I'm getting in touch with at this moment. And so there's been a call for you to embrace the power that you have now in your present life, that things are not as dire or as bleak as they seem. But then also it's a little bit of a warning to not get caught up in hubris or pride, because you have this power. With great power comes great responsibility. Uncle Ben was not off about that. So be more confident in your moves. Be more confident in your moves, and and also trust that your intelligence and your wit will not steer you wrong. And your experience. Because, I mean, with time comes experience. Some of that experience will carry you through here. So I got two more cards here. We got the Lovers. Now, the Lovers is probably one of the most misunderstood cards in the deck. And if anybody wants me to, like, go through, like, Tarot 101 on my second channel, Theological Otaku, I am totally ready to do that. But the Lovers, one of the most misunderstood cards in the deck, along with Death and the Devil and the Tower. Well, the Tower's becoming less misunderstood now, but Lovers is one of the most misunderstood. It can reference romance, but not necessarily. In this case, it's about harmony. And it can be romance, but it's not the only thing. Because it can also mean about simplicity versus complexity, energy, flow, passion, and the workings of the heart and the mind, both of them working together. So let me know if I'm in ad jail, because I don't have the countdown in front of me, so I can't tell. But yeah, another thing that's been coming up from here is embrace your feelings, embrace your heart, embrace the moment. That's one thing I'm getting here from this, is don't be afraid to, I mean, a lot of times they talk about don't meld your passion with work. In this case, though, it's okay to, because maybe the separation was doing more harm than good, is what I'm seeing here. Maybe part of the issue was in trying to separate and protect, it instead kind of put you more in a void. And this new life is now a chance for you to actually have your passion and your work embrace the same space. Doesn't necessarily have to be career, but certainly doing what you're passionate in is very important. That's what I'm seeing here. Okay, and we are on the last tarot card of the night, and then I got one song for you. Okay. If y'all have been here for this far, thank you. Y'all are real ones. And of course, it went for 4 hours. Well, I'm not surprised. Anyway. Last one, we got the Devil. I was just saying earlier, this is one of the most misunderstood cards in the deck. I was just saying. Oh man, so we got 2 of the most misunderstood cards in the deck, which is the Lovers and the Devil. We're getting Tarot 101 today. Okay, so the Lovers and the Devil, they're often flip sides of the same card, because especially if you see the Rider-Waite-Smith version of the deck, you will often see, like, there's the Lovers, and then in the Devil card, which, I mean, they didn't do it in this deck, but, like, in the Devil card, usually in the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, the Lovers are chained. And it's also interesting as well, as, like, they both have 5 in it. Because, I mean, Lovers is 6, and then if you go with the Roman numerals here, it's basically 1 times 10. Plus 5. 15. So, it's 9 spots away. But yeah, the Devil usually is about this feeling of the loss of independence, usually a codependency of some sort, and getting too caught up in what this world is, and overindulging. And also, simultaneously, this is another aspect of shadow work, where there may be, like, hurts and also desires that you may need to start reconciling and maybe even embracing. And things may seem limited to you, but there's a lot more going on in your corner than you think. So the biggest advice that I can see right here is don't get caught up in the helplessness and the frustration. There is a way out. The key thing is to notice that the key is right in front of you the whole time. Because, like, I don't know if you could see it, but, like, the mask right here is holding the key to this person's freedom. But they're getting so caught up in their thoughts and in their stresses that they're not seeing the obvious way out. Kind of similar to the Eight of Swords. It's a famous image where, if you see, like, the Rider-Waite-Smith version of the card, there's a lady who is tied up, and surrounded by swords, but the rope is super loose, and the space between the swords is so open. All she has to do is just loosen up the bonds, take off the blindfold, and just go through the space between the swords and leave. But because she's still stuck in, like, whatever idea this situation is, she doesn't see or even think about the most obvious way out. So, similarly with the Devil, which is the way they illustrate it here, things may look dire, but there is a way out. And even, the thing that I noticed most in this card is that even there's a fairy, I think, like, I mean, for me, it looks like this fairy is trying to will this devil to stop what they're doing, stop engaging the heart, and let the person in the bottom out, like, advocating on your behalf. And I'm feeling like as if maybe your past life didn't have that, and this is a chance for you to finally have some people, have somebody in your corner. And I think that's why the Lovers came up too, because it's like, it's a call for you to, like, really forge those bonds, even if it happens to be romance. Forge those bonds, but, like, make those, like, find some people who are willing to take your side or who are willing to be in your corner, because you really need that in this moment. Make some allies, make some friends. That's what I'm getting here for you. So Shadows Wolf, you really gave me an interesting prompt for today. Thank you so much for that question. This was so much fun. You all have given me some really interesting places for me to go with these readings, and it has certainly made it so much more interesting than my old day job, that's for sure. Anyway, I think if nobody else is going to jump on, I think I'm pretty much gonna end it here. We've been at this for practically 5 hours. You're so welcome. You are so welcome. That is my job. I feel like I've done my job there, because the biggest thing that I want people to feel like is I want people to feel like their minds have expanded as a result of this journeys. And like I've said several times on this channel, and I will not stop saying it, whether you are a rich nerd or a poor nerd, whether you're having a hard time or you're having the time of your life, you are welcome at my table, okay? This will never refuse you, okay? You are never going to be refused a seat at my table, okay? So, a final Queen Herbie prescription of a song. And I actually listen to this every morning, along with her good morning meditation that she puts in her album, A Woman. It's Mother Teresa. Baby girl, you just need time to rebalance. In other words, even when you feel like as if you have epically failed or messed up at something, you deserve love, both from yourself and your loved ones. Somebody is loving you, foibles and all. Come on, even the worst person in the world gets that. So remember that you deserve that love too. You deserve that compassion. You deserve that care. You deserve that TLC. Everyone does. Okay? So embrace it. And I highly recommend listening to that song along with the songs Good Morning, which funnily enough, it is morning right now for me. It's 101. Musicology 101. Okay, so I'm going to combine both of them, because I mean, they basically seamlessly go together. So I recommend combining these two, Good Morning and Mother Teresa. I like these songs. But yeah, on that note, I think I'm going to end it here. Thank you so much for tuning into this super long stream. I know the ads basically interrupted quite a bit of the flow, but I still had fun today. I hope you all did too. Shout out to Bunsfish, Luna Centauri, Shadows Wolf, Sugar Plums, Shalina, Medkip, Evelyn Rose, and several others. Shout out to my mod Hyunyo. They are such a trooper. Please go to bed. I promise I'm done. And Psycho Mantis. And for all the people who didn't get a chance to get a reading today, super sorry for the late start. Rest assured, we will bring this back next Saturday, possibly tomorrow, depending on how you feel. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're done now. But yeah, here's my outro. So I play a lot of console games as well. Oof. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't make it too sleepy for that. I'm so sorry. But yeah, you can go ahead and go to bed. I'm about to close up anyway. So, I play console games as well. Right now I've been doing like things like Destiny 1, and yesterday I did Lady Sia, which we'll finish off in a moment. And also I really want to play Jak and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy, because I am in the middle of a playthrough for that, as well as these other games. Sonic Mania Plus, which I'm going to do a special on that because it is Sonic's 30th birthday this year. Happy birthday to him. And also 30th birthday for Nights into Dreams, which is a different game altogether. So that's kind of wild. And I'm also playing the Fatal Frame trilogy, which I think will be more of a Halloween thing. So unless, actually, Fatal Frame 2, the remake, is coming out pretty soon. So I think I'm going to have to, like, speed up that game in order to, like, make it in time for that. I think that comes out in May, so I got time for that. Anyway, and also Tomb Raider because of, like, the new games that just came out as well. Catalyst is coming out next year, so it's all in prep for that. Anyway, feel free to help entertainment workers get through 2026, because considering the way the industry is going, it is a dumpster fire. So to donate towards that fund, it's entertainmentcommunity.org, at least here in the United States. In the UK, I know it's Actors Equity. Please feel free to check out what your local area's entertainment guilds are and contribute to them. Just get involved in your community, period, because we're going to need it. And you can also donate to other organizations. Here are a few that I recommend: World Central Kitchen, Red Cross, because there's been a lot of disaster recovery recently, and my charity of the season, which will go until Imbolc on the 1st, is Sad Girls Club, which is a charity that involves supporting femmes and women and NBs of color to be able to access free and more affordable mental health care. I've used them for the past few years, and their services are amazing. Unfortunately, they had to cut down on them recently because they were losing funding. They were low on funding this past year, but hopefully with sharing a lot more with my subscribers and some allies, maybe we can bring it back up again. So fingers crossed. Anyway, here's all the ways you can find me outside of this channel. I have a Substack. I have a second channel, Theological Otaku. All the on-demand also comes up on my YouTube channel, GJMK Off the Air, with the exception of the tarot streams. That's usually a Twitch exclusive, unless it's full or new moon, like today was. Substack, thirdnerd.substack.com. New article coming soon. And if you want to get readings more one-on-one besides Twitch, and maybe something a little bit more smoother, if you want short and sweet, I have Wind Starshiner. Please note that I won't be able to go as nerdy on there as compared to this channel, so it'll be much shorter and sweeter with that one. Or if you want to go more in depth, you can check out my New Year's special, coffee.com/Tonders. And I have a New Year's for right now, like what you saw with Hallucinating Reality. Reality's birthday spread. Happy birthday, Hallucinating Reality. You can get yourself as well, but for your new year. And that's going on until the Lunar New Year in February. Finally, this episode was filmed through the lens of the Nanticoke and Lenape peoples. To learn more about whose indigenous lands you occupy and maybe contribute to the project, visit native-land.ca. They recently changed the format of the site to be more like a constellation, which I think makes more sense than the land boundaries. Of course, you can basically change like the map format, but I think the constellations make more sense. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. Thank you so much for watching. Stay safe. Remember, you have way more power than you think and a lot more influence than you assume. And of course, as always, may your heart be your guiding key. Till next time, I will see you later. Bye, everybody.